Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Bump and I live from Seahawks headquarters, Virginia Mason Athletic Center, where we are getting you ready for the huddle coming up in 2 hours. And also, of course, for the divisional round of the playoffs, Seahawks hosting the 49ers. We do have some baseball news to get to. Cal Raleigh was a guest on the Hot Stove. We're going to get to that sound coming up at 10:30, the latest about his thoughts on the offseason and the reunion. I don't know. Josh Naylor coming back. That's a better way to say it. Good stuff from Cal. First, wanted to take another look at a preview between the Seahawks and 49ers, Bump. Let's figure out where each team has an advantage. And I naturally think I give a lot more of the advantages to Seattle, but we'll look at both sides of this. We'll start with where the Seahawks have the advantage over the 49ers. What's the most obvious place for you?
In them trenches. You know, we can go offensive line for the San Francisco 49ers against our defensive line. You can go their defensive line versus our offensive line. And I think it's important that you do have the advantage in the trenches because you can determine the identity of the football game. Do you want to run the football? Of course you want to run the football. Can you get after the quarterback? We can. They don't do a good job of doing that. The least sacks in the game when it comes to the 49ers. So I think that's where I start because you protect the quarterback, you get the quarterback, you have a chance to win ball game.
Let's talk about the trenches a little bit more. Cut one, Daniel Jeremiah on the 49ers' failure to rush the passer.
They just don't rush the quarterback because they got no guys. They have no edge rushers. They're all gone. So I think they maybe had one sack in that game against Jalen Hurts. It wasn't a situation where they were really speeding him up and heating him up. And that's, you know, if you're going to look at Seattle and you're getting ready to play them in a playoff game, I think the number one thing on the list is you've got to hit Sam. You've got to make Sam uncomfortable. You got to force Sam into some turnovers and some bad decisions. And I just don't know with where their roster is right now, they're equipped to do that. So if it's going to be a different result, it's going to be a play sheet that they'll send to Canton, Ohio by Kyle Shanahan just to have some type of a master class to pull that thing off.
Oh, and also they need to stop the run. That's going to be important. Seattle had 180 on the ground against them in Week 18. The Eagles, in a loss, granted, in a loss that didn't feel like a dominating one on the ground, still had 140 on the ground against them. Cut 3, Jeff Saturday on Get Up talks about the 49ers and their need to stop the run from Seattle.
This is going to be 100% how the 49ers can defend. Can they stop Walker and Charbonnet? Because if the Seahawks can run the ball and not even put the ball at risk with Sam Darnold, you have to make this a Sam Darnold beat us game. And with JSN knowing where he wants to go with the ball, how can you create and confuse? What can Robert Saleh do? Stopping the run is going to be the key of this game. If they don't stop it, this thing won't be close. If they can, they'll have a shot to win it.
A bump in addition to the Seattle Seahawks defense being just absolutely suffocating. That's what got Seattle that win in Week 18. You couldn't stop the run. Almost 200 yards on the ground.
You want to be able to run the football. And we know that the Hawks are going to be stubborn with their attempts, and I appreciate that about them. But here's the thing. I agree with Jeff Saturday 100%, but I also see a world where you're running the football 30 times, maybe you only have 100 yards, but it's so effective that JSN is getting open, that A.J. Barner's open across the middle as well. That's when you put the ball into Sam Darnold's hands a bit, and I think that's what people are hesitant to do at this point. But if they want to load the box up, which I think they should, and try to stop this run, and they have some type of success, say they pull a rabbit out of their hat and have some type of magical performance, and they are able to slow the run down a bit, I think because I know the Hawks are going to run the ball 25 to 30 times, they're going to have to respect it. And guess what becomes open? The middle of the field where JSN goes to work. So I do think they will be able to run it, but if you have to go to plan B, I'm all right with that too.
I'm also, speaking of going to plan B, Jeff Saturday mentioned, like, hey, you got to make Sam Darnold beat you, and that's your best chance of winning this game. I mean, in the sense that throwing the ball from any quarterback is a more efficient but higher risk play, sure. But why are we talking about this passing offense as though it's like, if you force them into that box, maybe they can't get it done? JSN was your leading receiver this season.
He went all pro, right?
Yeah, you didn't. Okay. He didn't throw the ball to himself, and I mean that's not to take away from his incredible season, but let's not act like Seattle can't get rolling in the pass game. Yes, there are games when Sam Darnold turns the ball over and it's a problem. There are games where the offense has inefficient. Against the Colts, it was still a win, but against the Colts, and it was a problem. there are also games when they look elite. There are also games when they very much look like a top 5 scoring offense. So I'm not sure where this idea of if you put them in there, if you make any offense one-dimensional, that'll happen. But, like, I don't know, man. I think the Seahawks can beat you through the air.
Yeah, they've beaten teams through the air before. Obviously, the 14 turnovers is a concern. But as of late, I feel like Sam's been taking care of the football. Look, you live by the 3, die by the 3, like Golden State Warriors type stuff, right? That's all they had. The thing with the Hawks is they have different weapons. They can run the football, and if they don't run it for 180 yards, they can still put up over 100 and make you respect it. That opens up everything for Sam Darnold. Now, if you ask Sam Darnold to throw the ball 40 to 45 times, you're running it 10 to 15 times, that's a problem because now you're predictable. People know what you're going to do. They're not going to have to load the box up. They're going to drop guys into coverage, and it makes things more difficult for any quarterback. So, yes, I think that the approach the Hawks are going to have is going to be effective either way. They're going to run the ball 30 times, whether it's 400 or 180. Either way, pass lanes should be open for JSN and the rest of the game.
Okay, so let's ask ourselves 2 questions with all of these strengths. 1, what is the advantage this team has over the other? 2, does it matter? The advantage Seattle has over the 49ers, the trenches, not just health in the trenches, but dominance in the trenches right now. Does it matter? Yes, absolutely. 49ers can't rush the passer, and last time they weren't able to stop the run at all. Let's go to, let's say, a strength the 49ers might have. What's the strength that they might have over Seattle, and does it matter?
It does matter. This is the way that they can stay in this ball game. They share the wealth when it comes to throwing the football. They're spreading the football around. They have 2 receivers with 600 yards. They have another 2 receivers with 500 yards, pass catchers, I should say. Another 2 or 3 with 200 yards. And then, not to mention, Christian McCaffrey has 1,000 receiving yards as well. Shanahan can spread that football around. So you got to figure out, okay, who's the hot hand today? Last week it was Demarcus Robinson. It's been Bourne. It's been Kittle, who's not going to be there. It's been Pearsall. Like, they have options, and we don't know if Pearsall is going to play or not. We know that Kittle's not going to be in the game. That's the advantage offensively they have, is that their offense allows for everyone to eat at times. You look at the Seahawks, they got 1 receiver who led the team in receptions or receiving yards once. It was a tight end, A.J. Barner. Every week it's been JSN. So you know where he wants to go with the football. Cooper Kupp has been sprinkled in. A.J. Barner has been sprinkled in. The running backs have been sprinkled in. But predominantly, you're going at JSN, and everybody knows that. So if there is an advantage, it's that Shanahan's offense, and the way he calls it, allows multiple pass catchers to eat.
I thought of a different advantage, and the tough part I'm having bump is I don't know if it matters. The other advantage I was thinking of was experience. Mike Macdonald, this is his very first time being a head coach in the playoffs. Devin Witherspoon and JSN have never been in a playoff game. Sam Darnold has been in 1 playoff game before against the Rams last year for Minnesota. That was his first playoff start. There is not a lot of playoff experience in Seattle, on the Seattle side of things. Are they a much better team right now and a much healthier team right now? Yes, I think so. Am I expecting them to win? Yeah, I think so. When I look at it on paper, I see the Hawks winning this game. But the 49ers have significantly more experience. They have been, with most of this group, to 4 conference championship games. They've won 2 of those and been to 2 Super Bowls, obviously losing 2, but that's a lot of experience.
Yeah.
Does it matter? That's the question I'm having a hard time answering.
It always matters because you're going to walk into that field or Lumen Field on Saturday, 5 p.m. prime time, and you're going to feel that energy. But everyone I spoke to, B. Walt was on our show the other day. He says all that stuff matters before the game. Once the game starts, it's just football, and you're reminded that it's just football. Experience is always going to matter. Why it doesn't matter is because you got the best D-line in the game. You have one of the best secondaries in the game. You got a linebacker who just went all-pro. You have a coach who has coached in big games himself because he was a DC at Baltimore. It's all going to even out, man. It's all about who's prepared and who can execute. But, yes, experience does matter. But when you out-talent the other team, when you out-personnel, out-scheme the other team, that experience means absolutely nothing. So, I guess I'm answering your question. It matters, but then it doesn't once you line up and things get real.
No, you're answering it because that's exactly the answer. Yeah, going into it, maybe you get some jitters to start. And then you go back to Daniel Jeremiah saying, you know, hey, it's Sam Darnold's 2nd playoff start. Most of this team has never been in the playoffs. Maybe you start with some easy completions. Maybe, you know what I mean? Like, maybe you try to build a bit of confidence early and kind of ease off those jitters. That matters. That's an important conversation. Once the game gets going, you're right. Maybe then it's all of a sudden, oh, man, we're running all over these guys.
Yeah.
Oh, 35 yards to JSN for a touchdown. Oh, I just remembered we have a couple All-Pros.
Right.
I mean, maybe that's when that comes in. I think it's a good answer because it's experience and it's from actual information. Another area Seattle has, well, would you say the coaching advantage lies with San Francisco?
It does.
Yeah.
I mean, Shanahan's been there. He's done that. He's been in multiple Super Bowls. He's coached a team this year who's supposed to be out of it because of injuries to the divisional part of the playoffs. Yeah, he's up for Coach of the Year. I think Mike Macdonald is a whisper for Coach of the Year, but I think that Shanahan is a legit contender for Coach of the Year. Yeah, he has the advantage, but anybody can get got. You know, and I think that Mike Macdonald is mentally and schematically equipped to face any type of offense that's out there. So on paper, Shanahan does have the advantage. You got to tip your cap. But once again, line them up. And let's play ball.
Okay, 2 more groups that I want to talk about. Wide receiver, defensive backs. Who has the advantage?
Oh, man, with wideouts, I think they're pretty much even, honestly.
Because you got JSN, who's great. Gap.
Yeah.
Everyone else.
And they got, I mean,
and
Kittle's not going to be there, but Juwan James is a solid player.
We'll count McCaffrey, who's been involved heavily.
He's got 1,000 yards.
Yeah,
I think that JSN is worth like 2 of their guys, but then they got another 1 or 2 that can be sprinkled in. If we had Cooper Kupp like 3 years ago,
sure,
then it might be a bit different.
If we had 2021 Cooper Kupp,
championship.
Sam Darnold would have thrown for 6,000 yards.
Yeah. But I'd say that's a wash.
Yeah.
But we do. But if it's time to win 1-on-1, we got that guy.
Defensive backs.
D-backs. Oh, so that's all day.
Seattle.
That's easy.
Yeah.
Reek has had a good year. Witherspoon, All-Pro. Jay Love, one of the best in the game back there. Kobe Bryant's coming back. He flies downhill, punching the football out. Josh Jobe is sneaky as heck over there. Easy.
Yeah, I think in terms of it's been a while since I've been able to look at Seattle compared to the 49ers, compared to the Rams, and say they had a personnel advantage. It would be a much tougher conversation against the Rams. Not only are they much healthier, but like Puka Nacua is incredible. Matthew Stafford is amazing, right? Like they've got their own Pro Bowlers on defense. Last year's defensive rookie of the year, right? Like they have a lot of pieces. With the 49ers, though, I think I see a clear personnel advantage with Seattle. Across the board, no. But still, I remember thinking, 4 years ago even, where there was like a gulf between these teams. And it was frustrating knowing that like you can't outplay all pros.
Yep.
You can't outplay a team that is stacked with talent.
When you had Fred Warner, Greenlaw, Hufanga, Bosa,
right,
Armstead, that was a different game.
And now you're looking at a Seattle Seahawks team that had, Curtis, how many 5-6 Pro Bowlers and snubs, in addition to a couple All-Pros.
Yeah.
So I feel good about Seattle in this one. I see some clear advantages.
I do. I did a podcast last night and realized the spread was 7.5 points, and I'm like, man, that seems a bit much. But then I started talking through it, and I convinced myself, like, yeah, I could see them beating them by 10 or 12 points. But you know what I do? I can also see the Niners hanging around because Shanahan found some type of matchup that he's going to exploit and try to put someone in different positions. So, yeah, man, I'll let after the first few series, I'll have a real feel about what this game is going to be like.
Talking Cal Raleigh in less than 15 minutes before we get to it. Your Seattle Seahawks are the #1 seed, and we've got 2 chances for you to win 2 tickets to the divisional round at Lumen Field this Saturday night. Just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab, or you can head to Seattle Sports YouTube page to find out how to enter. If you don't have the app, you can download it for free on the App Store. Or you can text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. I believe we also send a link to download and a link to the YouTube page. So a couple ways to enter. These contests run through January 14th. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, rewrite!
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bump and Stacy.
Headline #1, the 49ers have opened All-Pro linebacker Fred Warner's practice window. What's the real headline?
And the Seahawks are about to shut it. It's a shame. You know what I mean? Likable guy. Happy to see him get back out there maybe.
I
can't tell if he's actually going to... Yeah, I can't tell. What's the latest, guys, on him actually playing Saturday? Because as of post-game against the Eagles, Kyle Shanahan did not sound optimistic. that Warner would be playing.
This is a shot in the dark, I believe. I believe they're hoping that he goes out there and he miraculously feels like he's at least 85 to 90%, and they're going to try to trot him out there the same way they did with Trent Williams. I said yesterday, he did not look 100%, but at this point, if you are the talent of Trent Williams and the talent of Fred Warner, and you're about 85, 90%, you're going to give it a go because the season is on the line. I don't think he's going to play. And if he does play, I don't think he's going to be able to do the things that he typically does. They are struggling at the linebacker position, so it's only right that they go out there and try to give it a try with him.
Well, and he's practicing right next to the substation. Like, is that
don't get too close,
be healthy?
Fred?
Yeah.
Curtis,
that knee's going to be pulled pork by the end of the week.
Curtis, I'm glad that you introduced that story yesterday for Conspiracy Corner because I'm finding myself believing it more over time.
Science.
Yeah.
The scientist said.
I'm just saying.
It really affects them.
I'm someone who typically doesn't buy this stuff, right? Occam's razor. It's like, okay, what's the simplest explanation? You play an incredibly violent sport and you play extra games because you guys are, getting to the playoffs and getting to conference championship games and getting to the Super Bowl, and that takes a toll on your body. However, now I'm interested.
This isn't a conspiracy. This is science. Stacy,
if
you stand outside and it's 100 degrees, you're going to get sunburned.
Sure.
Science.
Sure. Well, I wear sunscreen every single day.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Good for you.
Yeah,
That's why you look like you're 25.
Thank you. I tell everyone, retinol every single day, sunscreen every single day.
Yeah?
Yeah, very important.
My sunscreen, melanin. It works all the time.
I miss
Stacy and I cannot, we don't have that.
I have SPF 50, so. What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the Eagles have fired Kevin Patullo as their offensive coordinator. What's the real headline?
No one could have seen this coming.
You know what? I heard that fans egged his house.
They did.
They were celebrating the streets.
Yeah.
And this is a Sirianni hire. That was his boy. He was pass game coordinator for a year. You would think that he would have learned under Kellen Moore and kind of taken what he's done. But when you're calling plays, it gets real out there. And it's hard to be creative when you're not confident. And I think that is what kind of set him back a bit. Unfortunately, he's not going to get another OC job for a while. He's got to go somewhere else and prove himself. And there was so much talent over there. People thought that you should be able to plug in someone who was already on your staff and keep things rolling. That just lets you know how stressful it is to call plays. So big ups to Kubiak, McVay, Shanahan, because their play calling has been excellent this year.
Oh, credit to the 206 for pointing out that Lumen Field is actually literally next door to the Electric Factory.
Yeah, but
we're
they don't
still calling it
practice
that?
Oh, bars.
You know what? While I think that's a really funny joke, 206, I'm also advocating against continuing to call it the Electric Factory. Because wasn't it
It was
Winker?
Jesse Winker.
He's not even
in an
here
interview with
anymore.
Mike Lefkoe.
Mike Lefkoe.
Who
God love him. But I'm sorry for Lefkoe. He did get a viral quote, which was very cool. But Winker's not here anymore, so we gotta find a new name. We gotta change it up.
Yeah, we'll think of something. Hopefully it catches. And
What
we'll
was the
get
nickname?
paid for copyright that thing.
What was the nickname I was trying to give Climate Pledge? Clyply?
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
I can't believe that I haven't gotten to this yet. I forgot.
Timeline.
Okay. Thank you, Curtis. Curtis knows me too well. Okay. Next up.
Headline rewrites.
Sorry, Curtis.
Hold your
Sorry.
horses. A little over an hour.
Could you tell by just how
Yeah.
much I gasped?
Look,
The gas by Gus.
Bump is going to go off at 10:45. Stacy might have her very own at 11:30 today.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
keep,
sure.
Keep it
God.
locked.
For sure.
Headline number 3, Mike Tomlin stepped down as Steelers head coach after 19 seasons on the job. What's the real headline?
Who steps up for Pittsburgh? This isn't a joke. I just genuinely, this is a storied franchise. What happens now?
Here's the thing. Can they go 4 for 4? Right? They've had 3 head coaches since the 60s. Can
Crazy.
you bring in another guy who's going to be there for a long time? I think that is a big ask. In which direction are you going to go? Because the Steelers feel like such a old school blue collar type of organization.
They
You
are.
might need to get on TikTok. You might need to get on Snapchat. You might need to get with the times. Like, it feels like the Steelers are stuck on Facebook and AOL and Hotmail. Like, now it's time for you to bring in some fresh blood, so a younger guy to kind of change things up a little bit. I just don't know if the Rooneys have that in them. Like, who's consulting the Rooneys? The Rooneys are getting up there in age. They're long in the tooth, right? And I don't know if they could shift the way that they think and bring in someone who's a bit more modern, like a Mike Macdonald or somebody.
My dentist told me I was blessed with long teeth.
Well, we're not talking
I
about
don't know if
that.
there's
I
an
know,
advantage
hurt
to
my
having long
feelings.
teeth.
I don't think anyone wants long teeth.
They don't look long. They look regular.
I had them filed down.
Did you?
When I was
so you're saying
younger.
you look long in the tooth?
Yeah. Well, when I was younger, I had buck teeth.
Did you?
Yeah. But that's neither here nor there. When you said long in the tooth, I always think of that compliment of like, man, no one wants to hear. You know, when someone pays you a compliment, and you're just like, that's only a compliment to you.
Yeah.
No one likes hearing that. You're blessed with long teeth.
My buddy
Excuse
said,
you?
because he has great hair, he's like 60.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, yeah, but your head is perfectly shaped to be bald. I'm like, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that,
Weird
man.
compliment.
I'm like,
Head is perfectly shaped to be bald. You know what? But he means it as a compliment.
yeah,
He really, really
I didn't
does.
like it though.
Someone said you guys were talking about possible quarterbacks to Pittsburgh and you left one out. Gino.
Oh my God.
No, Vegas is giving Gino some money in 2026. Obviously, they're going to take Fernando Mendoza and just give him some kind of ramp there to see what happens. But I don't know. I wonder if, when there are certain organizations you can't imagine being in a place of instability. It's one thing to be, the Steelers and you don't win a playoff game since 2016 and you go like, I can't take them as seriously anymore. It's another thing to be an unstable franchise like the Jets. And I cannot fathom the Steelers being an unstable franchise. I can imagine, less than stellar seasons and struggles and quarterback issues, but I can't imagine them being unstable. And when you enter into a new era, sometimes you don't know if it's going to work. Thankfully, for instance, for Seattle, it worked. They struck gold on a new head coach and got some great draft classes and took a risk at quarterback and it paid off. Other times it doesn't work out. You try to take those risks and it just backfires and you end up with the wrong quarterback and the wrong head coach and it all becomes a mess and then you're right back where you started. I'm curious to see if Pittsburgh can avoid that happening, but maybe no, that already happened. See, my new thing is just pitching Russell Wilson to new places. But he's not going to go to Pittsburgh. I think that's already happened. Okay. Still to come, Get Off My Lawn coming up at 10:45. ESPN's Herm Edwards joining us for a divisional round preview at 11, figuring out what he has to say about the Seahawks. We'll ask him about a couple other teams as well. Also coming up at noon, it is the Huddle. I know the Huddle is normally on Thursdays with a Saturday game, back-to-back weeks. We're going on Wednesdays. So Dave Wyman is going to join us. And we're also going to be joined by some of your favorite Seahawks players and voices, including Uchenna Nwosu and Dareke Young in the first hour. Coming up next, though, we got to talk baseball. It is an interesting offseason. Started out with a big move, bringing back Josh Naylor. Now we're left with a few questions. Cal Raleigh joined the Hot Stove podcast to look back at his historic 2025 and look ahead to 2026. What's he thinking of the M's offseason so far? That's next.
This is what the NFL playoffs are all about.
The Seahawks win the game!
A dominant Seahawks team, 2 wins away from the Super Bowl.
This is the vision that we had for our team.
Hosting a bitter rival.
Richard Sherman tips it!
In front of the best, loudest fans in the game.
Listen to the 12th man!
Let's go. Seahawks 49ers, Saturday night. Kickoff at 5 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey homeowners, are you stuck on the credit card treadmill and stressed because your consumer debt and monthly payments are too high? Well, Brock Hewitt here with a smart solution. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a stack of cash. Consider a cash-out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate your high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit, and student loans, or get cash for a remodel. With interest rates finally coming down, consolidating your debt now may be the best decision you ever make. With excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington for over 25 years, Tila has competitive rates on refinance, purchase, or reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call Tila Mortgage today, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
TilaMortgage.com. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
The Mariners fix you need during the offseason.
Fans are on their feet. Listen to this.
The Uncruise Adventures Hot Stove, Tuesday nights at 7 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and I did used to wonder, do I have enough to retire? Am I missing something? Because I do want to retire, and I'd like to do it sooner rather than later, and I'd love to really enjoy my retirement. I'd love to travel. Well, I don't worry anymore. I don't wonder anymore. I met Trajan Wealth, and now I have answers and a real plan. They're not just advisors, they are fiduciaries, and they treated me like family. So take some of that stress off your shoulders. Call Trajan Wealth and get your plan started today. They'll take the time to determine your own risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and your timeline. Working with you, they'll develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. So call Trajan Wealth today at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300, or go to TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Did you know in Washington State you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Cal Raleigh was a guest on yesterday's edition of the Hot Stove Show. By the way, you can hear the Hot Stove every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports. Let's take a listen to some of what he had to say. First, on the Mariners Cut 5, getting that deal done with Josh Naylor.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's so crazy that that deal got done so fast. It was awesome to see. I think everybody on the team was pumped up to see him come back. We loved getting to play with him for those. I don't know, was it a couple months or so? Great guy, great teammate, great ball player. Brings a good edge to the team that we all love. And he's a winner. He's been to a couple places, and he's a proven winner and a guy who plays the game the right way. And for us to lock him up like that was a huge add. I loved getting to play with him. So I think it fired everybody up early on.
Also locked him up relatively early in the offseason. It's been a quiet offseason for a lot of teams around the league, not just Seattle. Bump, I think them doing this maybe took some of that pressure off from fans, from players, right? Like when I talk about the offseason, even though I have questions at second and third still, I don't have quite the same sense of frustration given that Naylor was such a priority and they got him back.
Yeah, it was important. And it felt like, for a minute, it felt like there was a chance he wasn't going to come back because obviously
the Instagram comment.
Exactly. Like, what did he say?
He said, Curtis, do you remember? Like, wish you well or something?
It was something like that, or Godspeed and
yeah,
like,
ominous.
See you guys
kind of like
around.
a very ominous kind of like, well, it's been nice knowing you. Type of message.
So it felt like he was going to shop around, which he should. I mean, when you have an opportunity to increase your pay after having a great year, you go out and you do that. So it's important that they got this thing done. It makes me feel a lot better about the future of this club, just with Josh Naylor being there. Obviously, there's still some things you got to figure out, but main priority was Josh Naylor. Hollander came out and said that, and they went and got it done.
Let's go to cut 7. The best traits that Naylor brings to the clubhouse.
Yeah, he brings a confidence to the table, that, in a sport of failure and in a sport of, so much that can go wrong, especially from the hitting side. You just, you're constantly having to learn how to deal with failure, and, it's a tough game and it's really hard. And he brings a great confidence to the field every day of, not just for himself, but for the team. And he exudes that, through everybody. And, I think, with combining that with his desire and will to win, it makes it very refreshing, and that's somebody I want to go to war with. That's somebody I want to play next to every single day, because I never have to question if he's going to be ready or if he's going to be giving it his all each day. We all know he's doing that, and the fact that it's shining through other players is definitely positive.
Bump, you and I talked about this a ton last season after he was added, that kind of like intangible quality that he brought. Yes, the stolen bases are amazing and kind of a surprise. Yes, it's great to have his bat, but there's also a competitiveness. Like he's got that dog in him kind of quality that he clearly had, and we had a hard time kind of articulating like what it was that he brought, but everyone could feel it. And now you get it for a full season. I'm wondering what does that look like in April and May?
What does it look like? Because typically this team has come out to a slow start, kind of, because then Polanco got hot and kind of carried this team last
overall,
year. But typically, you start off slow, and Julio starts off slow. So now there's less pressure on Julio to come out blazing hot because you feel like Josh Naylor is going to be able to help you there. I don't know what it's like to come out and have a 5 or 6 game lead in the division a month or two into the season. And I would love to have that feeling, because what does it do? Well, what it does, it takes pressure off of everybody else, takes pressure off the rotation to be perfect, it takes pressure off of the bottom of the lineup to have those clutch moments. So that's what good teams do, is you come out swinging. And unless you have the firepower that some of these teams were paying $1 billion for their roster, you can't afford really to go down like that, because you're gonna have to have a special summer, which you did at some point in the season, but you prefer to have some room for error.
Let's talk about what Cal's working on this offseason. We'll go to cut 9.
Trying to get my arm stronger, put it in a good spot throughout the year. You're always just trying to up the floor and trying to continue to be good in that aspect. So I think trying to get my arm stronger was a point of emphasis. I think catching, with what's coming with the ABS challenge system, it makes it kind of interesting with pitch framing and receiving. So it's something that, I feel like last year, I wasn't bad, but I could have been better in some areas, receiving the ball and defensively. So just really honing back in on, keeping strikes. And obviously this year it's going to be a little different with the challenge system. So really just trying to focus on, how to use that and really right now, trying to, have a little more conversation about understanding the strike zone and like I said, keeping strikes and not giving up on pitches and just, always continuing to work on receiving the balls.
Cal mentioned during the interview that he is not a big or was not a big proponent of an ABS system. And I'm glad that there's still room for some strategy. There's still room here to try to limit your challenges, to challenge in the right spots, meaning catchers can still frame. Catchers can still figure out how to steal some strikes.
Yeah. That's what makes Cal special. One of the things that makes him special is that he can make things look like there were strikes when they weren't. I mean, frame it up. That's why it's getting rid of the human umpires, I feel like would be a mistake, because to me it allows some gamesmanship. It allows the catcher to manipulate the strike zone. It allows the batter to play this game. I love when a pitcher throws a ball or a strike and the batter looks back and has a conversation with Blue like, hey, so this is where we're at right now. So then you adjust. And I think adjusting throughout a game, any game, whether it be baseball, football, soccer, basketball, whatever, is key. And I think that that shouldn't be taken away. And because we have one of the best catchers in the game, and he's great at that.
Yeah, I like the way that Gary talked about it too on the show, where he was like, I know that there is probably a frustrating feeling of some people maybe thinking they can't still lean into those skills, but you're also not going to challenge every single close call. The example Gary used was you're not going to challenge on a 2-2 count in a scoreless game in the bottom of the fourth. You can kind of just get away with one there because frankly, there's going to be way too many close calls, close strikes in the game that you allow still some room to lean into that strength defensively. And, I appreciated Cal saying, okay, I want to be better there. I thought that, I wasn't bad, but I can be better. And I want to lean back into that and not give up on pitches and still focus on that, because that was kind of a knock that some people were throwing his way unfairly. But he obviously really values that part of his game. Curious to see what he looks like there this year. Let's go to cut 11. This was Cal on his message to Mariners fans before the season starts.
First off, thank you for a great season and being there for us last year. It was a really special year. Just understanding that's a new year. It's a new year. It's a new team. We're going to go through some good times and some bad times. And it's just about sticking with us and continuing to show up like they have been last year. Last couple of years. So they've been great. We love the fans. We love getting to deal with them. It's always fun getting to play at our home park. So just continuing to come out and support and, give us that extra boost that we always, feel like we have at home.
Maybe it's because this team went so deep into the in the postseason for the first time, but I cannot believe that pitchers and catchers report in about a month. What are you most curious about with this Mariners season? And we can focus it kind of on the first chunk of the season. Maybe some early curiosities or early questions you have.
How are you going to implement the young guys? How much?
Yes, totally.
How often are we going to see them? Because it's important that we do see them, but it's important that these guys get off to a good start. So what's the balance going to be when it comes to that? That's probably my main concern. And then we're still waiting to see what happens at third base. Is it Gino or is it someone else?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. That would be my question too, is how do you implement the young guys? Justin Hollander in this same show talked about, wanting to give those guys ramp. And he's like, you don't have JP, you don't have Cal. If you don't let us implement those young guys at the same time, how do you make sure that they have room to mess up? They're still really, really high on Cole Young and Ben Williamson. And so kind of, hey, do those guys respond to the way the league responded to them? Are they able to hit the ground running? Can they, not get gassed as the season goes? This is going to be, you're asking a lot from them. So completely agree with you on that one. Get Off My Lawn coming your way next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
How are you, my friend?
New Year's resolutions, right? Like, I'm going to get in shape this year. My only goal is to become an underpants model. That's all I've ever really wanted. And if you guys know of anybody in the underpants business, let me know.
Dave loves that you call them underpants. He loves it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely shredded.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Stacy here to tell you that I have had a horrible experience buying and selling a car, so I know a good one when I see it, and that's why I want to tell you about Wayscar Ford in Auburn. These are real people, Mark and Chris, and Way himself. Way is real. I know them, and you will too, and they want you to have a hassle-free, no-pressure experience when you're looking to sell your car or buy a new one. And let me tell you what, trusting the people you're working with is massive. Again, I really did sell my old car years ago to this place that totally ripped me off. I wish I would have known about what Wayscar Ford does, which is this. You sell your car to Wayscar Ford and get paid for it that day. Then when they resell your old car, they split the profit with you, 50-50. It's not a consignment. It just lets them save money on auction fees and stuff they'd rather share with customers, and it lets you avoid scams. Plus, you can upgrade to a new model from their vast inventory like I did. I recommend a Bronco Sport. I'm obsessed with mine. They've just surpassed sharing over $1 million with people who have sold them their cars. Find out how you can do it too at wayscarford.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks divisional round playoff game Saturday against San Francisco at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game. Holy catfish! That's 2 separate chances to be part of Seahawks history.
Listen to the 12th man.
Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle.
Listen to the 12th man.
And Seattle Sports on 710, the home of the Seahawks.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
Dave Wyman here, joined by Dr. Landis from Swedish Cyberknife to talk about prostate cancer treatments. Dr. Landis, how does Cyberknife compare to surgery?
Patients who have surgery often do have to be hospitalized for a few days and have to take time off of work. They can have a catheter, they have a wound that's healing. Whereas with CyberKnife, patients often don't have to take a break from work at all.
And CyberKnife is an outpatient, non-invasive treatment?
Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
5 days total, less than an hour a day to treat prostate cancer. That really is amazing. It's almost too good to be true. What do patients say after treatment?
They tell me it's like Star Trek, where you push a button and the cancer can go away.
If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Happy New Year from Frank Lumber, the Door Store, your locally owned custom pre-hung door shop, boasting the largest selection of residential doors in the Seattle area for decades. We specialize in interior and exterior pre-hungs and matchups, along with pocket doors, barn doors, bypass, and bifold doors. The selection is huge. If it swings, we've got you covered. Come and visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Herm Edwards joins us in 15 minutes. Before we get to it, Bump, you got a couple things grind in your gears. So what's on today for Get Off My Lawn?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
All right.
Mike.
Wrong mic. First one. Hey, stop ignoring quarterbacks' flaws. Like, keep the same energy for every quarterback that has played so far this season, this playoff, I should say, this postseason. All right? C.J. Stroud, 5 fumbles, 2 losses, 1 interception. Super Bowl. They're talking like, hey, he can make the Super Bowl. This defense, he can make the Super Bowl. Okay, I get it. Okay. Drake May, 58% completion, 1 interception, 2 fumbles, 1 loss. Super Bowl. Hey, don't matter, man. That team's playing good all around. Super Bowl. Brock Purdy, 58% completion, 2 interceptions. You never know with Shanahan. They can make a Super Bowl. Caleb Wins, 50% completion rate, 2 interceptions. I don't know. They could beat the Rams and make a run to the Super Bowl. Ben Johnson, what's up with Sam and Macdonald and Kubiak and all that thing?
Yeah.
All right? Don't what Stacy loves to say, move the goalpost, okay? You're moving the goalpost for these guys, and you're making Sam have to be dang near perfect.
Yeah.
He's not going to be perfect. He's going to play the game that's necessary. If he turns it over, so be it. You know why? Because Stroud did it, May did it, Purdy did it, Williams did it. The only quarterback who did not turn the football over this past this past playoff round was Josh Allen. That is it. Everyone else turned the football over. Yet, when it comes to Sam Darnold, is, oh, my God, is he going to be able to do it? You got the best defense in all the land. You got the best special teams unit in all of the world, Craig. All I'm saying, keep that same energy. Criticize all these dudes. You can criticize Sam, that's fine. This is what it is, a performance-based business. Criticize him, but criticize everybody else. Oh, Stroud they can make a Super Bowl. You know, he still made a couple good throws. Oh, May, he's young. That's all-around team. Vrabel, such a good coach. Oh, Purdy, Shanahan, man, cut all that noise. All right? I understand your concerns with Sam, but be concerned about them other dudes too. Get off my dang lawn with that stuff, man. Come on.
You're not wrong in the idea of, like, I love the C.J. Stroud comp with, like, you have a lot of questions, you, about the Texans offense, but, oh, that defense is so good. I mean, the Seattle defense finished the year top in scoring. They beat Houston. They managed to leapfrog them in the final week.
Right.
I mean, you could make a case that Houston's a better defense. Like, you can make a football argument, just like I think you can make a football argument that Seattle's a better defense. But you don't get to say, oh, well, Seattle's defense isn't as good, so you can have more questions on offense. No. These defenses are incredibly comparable.
Yeah.
In different ways, but
Yes,
they're both elite. Okay, what's next?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Goodness gracious. Coaches get fired every year. Every year. And you know what I do, Stacy? What I like to do, I golf. I spend time with my kids. I go to the local pub. I keep to myself. I watch film, and I listen to ridiculous comments from people. Ridiculous comments from people. And I hear people talking about, oh, these coaches, they're all garbage, man. How do they even get a head coach job? They need to do this and do that and do that. Let me remind you, Gannon, fireworks, shots.
Mm-hmm.
That guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right? When he was with Philly, they had the number 2 defense. He did that. There was talent over there, but he did that. McDaniels, when he was with San Francisco, number 3 offense. Miami, number 5 and number 2. Harbaugh, I don't need to say nothing. All right? How many years there? Super Bowl championship. Tomlin, no need to say anything. How many years over there? Super Bowl championship. Pete Carroll, I don't need to say anything. How many years over there? 1 championship. And then Morris had the number 2 and number 7 defense in L.A. Look, sometimes it just don't work out for these dudes. Sometimes you get into a position of power, and that's not your role. Sometimes you don't have the personnel to do what you are, to execute your offense or your defense. Sometimes guys get hurt. There's so many variables in this thing. I just hate when people call these guys garbage coaches. They're not garbage coaches. Maybe they're not fit to be head coaches, but there's a reason why they got those opportunities, because they were good at this level. Now, you get up to this position, and maybe you figure out this ain't for me. You know, maybe I don't want to do this, or I can't do this. Or I'm not ready for this opportunity. And then you get fired, you move on, and things happen. But I hate when people just talk about how these are garbage coaches. There are no garbage coaches in the NFL. Maybe they're not good leaders. Maybe they're leaders of men. Maybe they can't communicate. Maybe they're not good teachers. But when it comes to sitting down, I've never sat down with a coach. I've been doing this for 10 years now. I've never sat down with a coach and have him get on the board, explain something to me, and be like, what the heck are you talking about? Not once. Even coaches who couldn't get their team to execute on the football field, they know the X's and O's and all that stuff. There are other things that come into this. So just cut these guys some slack. Even Petula, man. I'm sure Petula has some great ideas, but then he gets into that situation, and that butt cheek gets tight, and he's like, I don't know if I should call this play, and things happen. There's the human aspect of that. When you're in these pressure situations, some rise to the top and some don't. So there are no garbage coaches out there. They know the X's and O's, but it's about executing them in the pressure moments. Can you do it? Can you call the creative play, and can you get your guys to execute it? I've heard too many people talk about these coaches like they don't know what they're talking about.
Completely agree. Really good point too about, like, it's not about knowing the right answer. It's about executing it in the moment. Like, I can't tell you how many people, you know, you work with in the daily where it's like they know everything there is about football, but like maybe they didn't become an NFL Hall of Famer. Right. Like Brock Heward knows a ton about football. Why would you discount something he said because he didn't become like a first ballot Hall of Famer with his career? He knows everything.
He knows what he's talking about.
It's the way people try to make fun of Dan Orlovsky. He knows a lot of stuff. Just because he didn't become Peyton Manning doesn't mean he doesn't know what he's talking about. We all do this thing because it's all relative. So you compare someone to the very, very best at that position instead of understanding, like, oh, this person knows a lot. A lot. What's next?
Last one.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
All right, last one, man. You know a race that you will never win?
I mean, a lot for me.
I mean, no, but no one will win this race.
Oh, okay, got it. Like in general.
Yeah.
Okay.
The freeway race.
The freeway race?
There's always going to be somebody in front of you.
I knew we were going with traffic.
You are not going to win this race, okay? So when I'm in the second lane and I'm putting my blinker on to get off, and I do it with ample time. Listen, blink, I put it on. You'd be like 5 or 10 seconds, like, listen, I'm trying to get over. And you're speeding up so I can't get over. For what? You're not going to win the race. There's always going to be somebody in front of you. So be courteous when you're out there.
Absolutely
and when
not.
you let me over, you know what I always do? I always throw the hand up. Bow. Thank you. Appreciate you. Bow. Throw it up for you. You're not going to win the race. Okay, there's always going to be somebody there. And all these young guys bobbing and weaving in through traffic, you should have left earlier because you're not going to win that race.
Yeah.
Time never stops. Freeways never stop. It's a wrap. Be courteous. Got the blinker on. Let me over.
You're not wrong, but tell me if I'm wrong in this case. I don't allow cutting with zipper method. If I waited and I let someone else in front of me, then it's my turn.
Yeah.
It's my turn.
Yeah, it's your
So
turn.
I do, when it gets to that, I'm not in the race. But if someone else tries to zipper method in front, no, zipper, it's my turn now.
So
you
what?
don't get to go.
So then you push up and risk jacking up the Bronco.
Well, no, I would never put my Bronco, my baby, in danger. But I do kind of, that's when I don't just like, oh, no, after you. Zipper method. I already did my good deed. You know what I mean? I'm already allowing someone ahead of me because I'm following the rules of the road.
There you go.
I think that's okay.
That's fine. I wouldn't put the Bronco at risk, though.
No.
I just sometimes, defensive driving, not offensive driving.
I saw another Bronco driver the other day. I've been like waving at them lately because we're all Braun bros, but they don't. Sometimes Braun bros. And my Braun brother, but he didn't wave back, so I'll find more Braun bros to wave to.
Was it? It was a mini Braun though.
It was a little Braun like me.
All right.
ESPN's Herm Edwards coming up next.
This is what the NFL playoffs are all about.
The Seahawks win the game.
A dominant Seahawks team, 2 wins away from the Super Bowl.
This is the vision that we had for our team.
Hosting a bitter rival.
Richard Sherman tips it.
In front of the best, loudest fans in the game.
Listen to the 12th man.
Let's go. Seahawks 49ers, Saturday night. Kickoff at 5 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
You're 62 or older, lots of equity in your home, and you want to pull some cash out, but a refinance or HELOC, well, it means a bigger payment. And the cost of selling your home, it's insane. So what should you do? Hey, Brock Hewitt here for Tila Mortgage. You don't need to live at a lower standard than you deserve. You really got 3 options. Number 1, sell your home. 2, get a HELOC or refinance. Or 3, get a reverse mortgage. Tila has done the analysis and believes that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way for seniors to get cash out of their homes without selling and having the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true? No. Call today and let's compare. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today. 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
Insurance and property taxes are borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
The rainy season's here, Seattle, and your roof can't wait. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off today. Costly repairs and Band-Aid fixes won't hold up and just drain your pockets. Our technicians replace roofs year-round, backed by the strongest warranties. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling tax taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Breaking this morning, wide receiver Adam Thielen has announced his retirement from the NFL. This after 13 seasons and 2 Pro Bowl selections with the Vikings. A little bit of news out of Pittsburgh. A lot of people wondering about Aaron Rodgers' future there. From Brooke Pryor of ESPN, Art Rooney says he thinks Tomlin's decision to walk away will affect Rodgers' future, saying, Aaron came here to play for Mike. I think it will affect his decision.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Herm Edwards joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline here to preview the divisional round. And we obviously have to start with the game we're all watching here in Seattle. Seahawks hosting the 49ers. Herm, last time these two teams met, Seattle kind of dominated. 13-3 felt like it could have been closer to 21 or 24-3. Are you expecting a repeat of Week 18 here, or you think it'll be a bit closer?
Well, that all depends on Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. How will he play? If he turns the ball over, it'll be a close game. If not, I don't know if San Francisco can get through Seattle, to be quite honest. I mean, Seattle has outstanding defense. Probably Seattle, the Texans, and then obviously, when you think about defense, I mean, those are pretty good defenses. So I just think that if they can play defense like they're capable of playing, it'll be difficult for San Francisco. They're wounded. They're a wounded team. They've lost a lot of players. It seems like every week they lose another guy. Now, that being said, they're very familiar with Seattle. But I think Seattle at home has an advantage, although San Francisco went in Philadelphia and beat them. But Philadelphia struggled all year offensively, and it showed up second half in that game this week.
Hey, Coach, what are your thoughts on Sam Darnold? He's had his ups and his downs, but took care of the ball against the 49ers last time. We saw him 20 of 26. Didn't score any touchdowns, though, but just your feelings around our QB over here.
You like him when he's not throwing the ball to the bad guys. He's thrown 14 of them this year, but he's playing pretty good. They got the 8th-ranked offense. He can throw the ball now. I mean, this team's scoring 28 points a game. They're protecting him. He's been sacked 27 times in the regular season. So they've done a nice job of really protecting Sam. And, they're a balanced offense. They're 10th in the league, running 8th in the league, passing. Seattle has the 8th-ranked defense, so their defense doesn't give up a lot of points. And, that's always good. When you're a defense that doesn't give up a lot of points, you got to look at it this way. A quarterback can make an error or two because your defense keeps you in the game. When you only give up 17 points a game, that's quite that is quite an accomplishment for a defense. And I know these guys are kind of considering themselves the second Legion of Boom. I can understand that when you play the way these guys have played this year. So I like Sam Darnold. As long as Sam Darnold takes care of the ball, he's fine.
Coach, I'm with you on that one.
That's the mystery, right? Every time he lines up, you kind of wonder, is this today? If he gets through it, you go, yeah, we're good. But when he doesn't, it becomes an issue.
Between the teams remaining in both conferences, who do you find yourself believing in the most?
Bleeding. I think this is a great Final Four in this sense. When you think about 4 games left.
Yeah.
Going into this playoff, and I said it when I was in studio this last week. I said, look, I don't know who the best team is. I don't. I have no idea because no one's running away with this at all. I mean, everyone can beat anybody, and that's kind of how it's kind of, playing itself out. You kind of sit there and you don't really know what the Patriots are. They got a bunch of wins. They'll get tested this week by another good defense in the Texans. The Rams, we know Stafford can light it up. That offense is really, really good. But their secondary, a little shaky. Caleb Williams has had an outstanding year. Now, their problem is, how they get off the field defensively. They take the ball away. They lead the league in takeaways. They're plus 33. San Francisco, beat up as they are, they just know how to win. Coach Shanahan obviously is going to be considered as the coach of the year. The Buffalo Bills got one guy, Superman, and he is a fantastic. He's my favorite player, by the way. So if I'm a little bit biased toward Buffalo, that's just too bad because I love the guy. I just think he's a really good football player. And the Denver Broncos, obviously, here comes another team that plays really good defense. So, and Seattle is Seattle. I mean, they're an outstanding football team. I do think this, though, and I think this could happen. Coming out of the NFC, I think there'll be a team out of the NFC West. It's the best division in football. You talk about the Seattle Seahawks, you talk about the 49ers, and you talk about the Rams. All those teams won 12 more games. That's the best division in football, the most competitive one. So I think the NFC team could come out of there. I have said earlier about a week ago, I said, look, let's just say Seattle and Denver get into the Super Bowl. I don't know this. I'm just saying this on the air today. The score will be 3-2. I don't know who's going to have 3. I don't know who's going to have 2.
I like the old school typing. I like that. I like 3-2. My buddy Dave Wyman would like that as well, Coach. Something else I like about what's going on this year in the playoffs is just you got guys, especially when you factor in the wild card, you had guys trying to prove themselves. You got Trevor Lawrence over there. You got Bo Nix. You got Drake May. You have Caleb. I like the diversity in this year's playoffs. Do you feel like this is good for the league?
Absolutely. I think the league has hit a home run. The National Football League just prints money. That's what they do. It's the best. It's the best entertainment you can watch if you're a sports fan, even if you don't like football. These playoff games have been compelling. They've all gone down into the fourth quarter, and it seems like a comeback. And the quarterbacks are the guy. They play with the ball, and they make. At the end of the day, they affect the team the most. And you have seen really good quarterback play, especially in the fourth quarter. I mean, these games come down to the wire. I mean, there's no blowouts. These kind of Pittsburgh, I get it. Okay, I get that one. But even that one was close for a while, But I just think it's been compelling football in the playoffs.
We've been talking a lot about Mike Macdonald, obviously coaching this team to 14 wins for the first time in franchise history. Just a brilliant coordinator with Baltimore, coming here as a great head coach. I'm curious about, while we have conversations about great head coaches and kind of what makes one. I mean, you would know when can you tell a coach has it? Like, what does a great head coach look like, sound like?
The best quality any head coach has, regardless of where his strength is, whether he's an offensive coordinator or obviously Coach Harbaugh with Baltimore was a special teams coach. Mm-hmm. But besides that, being on that side of the ball, because remember, you got to coach all 3 phases, and then you got to coach your coaches. So I think things come to my mind is really simple. It's you have to delegate. You have to be a good delegator. You also got to know when to voice your opinion, right? And when you voice your opinion, by the way, when that is, whether it's offense, defense, or teams, it's not a suggestion. When you voice your opinion to your coaching staff, not a suggestion. This is what we're going to do, and then they got to implement it. I also think this with titles, coordinators, head coaches, players respect your title, but you got to earn their trust. You got to earn their trust now. And when it gets bad, are you the same guy? Are you the same guy? And to me, that's very, very important. And with coaches, players want consistency. You just be consistent as coordinator. Don't fly off a deep end, when things are bad and all of a sudden when things are good, you're different. No. They don't want that. I say that as a former player. The coaches I respect the most when I played was the guys that understood bad things are going to happen. Well, how are you going to react, coach? How are you going to fix it, coach? Because the players, when they sit on that bench, they want answers. Coach, we just had a problem. Fix it. What do we need to do now? You got to have an answer. So I think those are the coaches at the end of it. Those are the guys that really have success in the league.
Yeah.
Along with good players. You got to have good players.
That
right. Personnel usually helps. Speaking of coaches, 9 vacancies in the NFL right now. One off the record. Stacy taught me that yesterday, Coach. Do you feel like teams are too quick to get rid of these guys, or do you feel like the 9 vacancies are warranted?
That's the world we live in now. Now, we say that, but the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens had their coaches for a long time, and those organizations do that. Pittsburgh Steelers have 3 head coaches, by the way. So I just think certain organizations, depending where they're at, the noise outside the building spooks some of these owners, and they say, well, I got to change, right? And that's fine. I mean, that gives somebody another opportunity. But, the organizations that are in it for the long run, obviously their coaches are there for a while. Now, I say that, but this is the era of a lot of these owners now, they get spooked by the noise. Pittsburgh never got spooked by the noise. Baltimore Ravens never got spooked by the noise. I just think that the longevity of both these men, they just felt at this point, maybe we change. And I think whoever gets those jobs, outstanding, because they're 2 great organizations. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they just got to find a quarterback. Okay, they need a quarterback. I mean, when you think about their history, when they were good, they had a quarterback. They had Ben. Before that, Bradshaw. That's who I played against when I was with the Eagles. Bradshaw was a quarterback. So, when you think about after Ben, kind of who have they had? They've been looking for that guy, right? Baltimore's Baltimore. We know who they are. They probably have the best talented team on paper on both sides of the ball. So whoever gets that job, obviously a talented organization.
Wanted to kind of circle back around, look at the divisional matchup for Seattle. You mentioned, hey, if Sam doesn't turn the ball over, that's your best bet to kind of, get as close to a repeat of Week 18 as you can. But it really does come down to Sam. Can you see the Seahawks team winning a Super Bowl?
Yeah. I think any of these teams right now have the capabilities of doing that. They do. Because there's no great team. There's like, no, it ain't. There's no, okay, let me ask you this. First of all, kind of interesting. Look at the quarterbacks in this race now. With 8 teams, look at the quarterbacks. I say this. Who you trust in playoff? Who has playoff experience? Stafford has. We know that. Yeah. Purdy has. We know that. Houston? No. Caleb Williams? No. Buffalo Bills? Yeah. He's probably got the most pressure on him, Josh Allen. It's a shame. Mm-hmm. Because between him and the running back, that's all they got on offense. Bills break the huddle. Who are you afraid of? The runner? There's no receiver you're afraid of. There's not a tight end you're afraid of. And you're afraid of the quarterback. It's amazing what this dude does, Josh Allen. That's why I call him Superman. I mean, when you look at their offense, when they break the huddle, you go, oh, okay. Nobody out here really scares me. I just think it's kind of – it's a wide open field. I mean, I don't the team I played for, they went down, but that didn't surprise me. The offense ran amok, but they've been running amok all year. They play for a while, and then all of a sudden they go 2 or 3 quarters, and they don't do nothing. It's like, whoa, it's hard to watch. So that didn't surprise me. When they lost, I was like, I don't tell you, I'm not upset. I mean, it's bound to happen. So, now, they're the Super Bowl champs, hard to repeat. That's another thing they had to deal with. Being Super Bowl champs, you get everybody's best game every time you play. That's Kansas City. And people don't realize this. When you're constantly in the playoffs and you play more games in the next 2 or 3 years if you continue to do that than all the rest of the teams. You're a tired football team.
He is ESPN's Herm Edwards, kind enough to join us to preview the divisional round. Amazing points about just not knowing what to expect with this one. Which quarterbacks do you trust? Loved all of it. Coach, thank you so much for your time, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach.
Good luck. My pleasure.
Bye. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what event seems cool but gives you pause at the same time?
Oh, man, there's this flag football tournament that's going to go down, and you're going to see Saquon Barkley, CeeDee Lamb, Christian McCaffrey, Sauce Gardner, probably not anymore because his knee's all jacked up, Myles Garrett, Brock Bowers, Max Crosby, Tyreek Hill. Jaden Daniels is going to be a team captain. So is Tom Brady. You got Kevin Hart, who's going to be on the call.
I know where this is going.
It's in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
It's in Saudi. I mean, look, I'm not a politician, okay? I only read what I read and know what I know. But something tells me that this seems a little shady. And I know they're trying to grow the game and make it global or whatnot. It's just, I don't know, man. It just, I don't. And listen, I don't know the politics enough to tell you exactly why. I know
had the same
a
reaction.
few shady things have gone down, and now we're hosting a flag tournament over there. It just makes me think a little bit. I don't know. So, you make what you want with that. But I saw the flag football. I'm like, oh, yeah, what's up? That's cool. And I was like, where we at?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
I had the exact same reaction. And I don't think it's uncommon. It's the same thing people had with Liv, where they were like, pause. Hang on a minute.
Right.
Second down. What do you love about the lead up to the game on Saturday?
When I was growing up, Culver City High School, my head coach, Coach Salty, used to be like, hey, don't give team bulletin board material, right? All you kids out there, bulletin board is it's a board you have up there, and you take news clippings or newspaper clippings, you post them up, and you read them. Now we got social media. And, there's some clapping going on, clap back going on with the 49ers and the Seahawks. But I like this. I like this because this is the spirit of competition to me. This is how I grew up. I grew up going back and forth with the ops, talking crap. I remember my junior year, there was a receiver in the area who we were competing to see who was the best receiver. And that whole week, he'd come to me and whisper in my ear his name. I'm not going to say his name because he don't deserve the love.
Wait, hang on. He would whisper his name in your ear?
Let's call him Bobby White. He'd be like, Bobby White.
Okay. Okay. I thought you meant this receiver would whisper his name in your ear, and I was like, that's weird. I'm not going to lie. It's a little weird.
Like, Bobby White, Bob. He's better than you. He's better. That's what they're saying. I don't know. It's what they're saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it got me going. And then once we saw each other, we're going back and forth. And thankfully, we whooped that you-know-what. And I got the best of them.
Bobby White who?
Bobby White. I'm like, Coach, and I looked at the side like, man, forget Bobby White, Coach. Forget Bobby White. But no, I like this back and forth, man. I think that it's all in good spirit. I don't think these guys are going to fight. Yeah. And if they do, it's more like a shoving competition on the field. This is what football is. Football is so emotional and so violent. Like, you got to have an edge to yourself. You got to believe that you're going to be able to get it done. So I respect both sides. I respect everything coming from the Niners side. I respect everything coming from the Seahawks side. This is the difference. It's not like you're in the text machine or you're on Instagram talking crap and you ain't got to see that person. Mm-hmm. You're going to see him on Saturday, and you got to back this up. I like the back and forth that's going down.
Third down. How did the Bears get a win against the Rams?
It's quite simple, Stacy.
Oh, okay.
Quite simple. Right?
Quite simple.
All right. In the 4 losses that the Rams picked up, maybe 5, I think it's 5, Sam Darnold has turned the ball over 6 times. 6 times in those losses, Gary. They gave him 3 interceptions, 2, 1, and 1. All right, he's had games where he completed 57% of his passes, 53% of his passes, 58% through those games as he's lost. He's 65% over the year. Also, during those games, he's thrown the ball around 40 times. You got to make Sam Darnold beat you. I know that's crazy, right? What makes Sam Darnold beat you? But if he has to throw the ball that many times, that means the run game is not popping the way that they think it should, and you just go ahead and make plays. What do the Bears do the best at anyone in the league? Take the ball away. They take the ball away. So I know it sounds weird saying, make Matthew Stafford beat you. He can beat you. We saw what he did with the Carolina Panthers, but he has to get in those moments to beat you. And if you are forcing him to do it all by himself, I think it's a different ball game. So listen, Bears, you heard it here, all right? Make Sam beat you. Stop that run. I believe you can say that for every single football game ever played known to man, but it applies here for sure.
4th down. We were earlier joined by ESPN analyst Herm Edwards. Anything stand out from Coach?
Yeah. I would never have thought like Josh Allen would be his favorite player. You know,
Really?
Coach was a DB, you know, so I would think that maybe he goes with a DB, maybe a Sauce, or maybe one of the older DBs who are left, Harrison, or Smith, who's going to retire from the Vikings, something like that. So I was surprised he went with Josh Allen. I'm not mad at him because Josh Allen's a great football player. He also said he can't call the winner, and I like that about this playoffs. You can't look at one team and say, this team is going to win, because there's so much variety going on, so many new quarterbacks in this game. You got a good defense here, a good defense there, a young quarterback here, a quarterback who's been there. You got a little bit of everything. And then I also love the props that he's given to the NFC West. Yes, it is the best division ever in football. You got 3 teams with 12 wins. That's never happened before in football. Yes, you do have an extra game, so that kind of skews it a little bit. But no, we knew that at the end of the season that the NFC West was the best division of football. I thought it was funny, too. He thought he was going out on a limb. He goes, hey, NFC West team's going to be in the Super Bowl. Like, chances are you got 3 out of the 4 teams left.
75% chance that's true.
I mean, Coach, I wouldn't put a lot of money in Vegas on that. He's not gonna, the return ain't going to be great. But I love the love that he was given to the NFC West.
I liked his answer to you when you asked him whether all of this was good for football this year. And he said, I think it's a home run for the league. Like, yeah, it's great historically to watch a dynasty. We all hated the Patriots when it was happening, but in hindsight, you go, wow, can't believe they did that. Oh, my God. Like, you have a different appreciation for Tom Brady's career when he's not beating your team. But it does make sometimes for boring playoffs. Last year's AFC was the same as the year before in the playoffs. The same teams went. And so to switch it up, and not only that, but you're looking at teams, the Bills have never won a Super Bowl. The Jags have never won a Super Bowl. The Texans have never, the Jags aren't in it, but the Texans have never won a Super Bowl. The Bears haven't won since '85. You have teams in there with droughts, right? It's just, it's cool to see people switch it up a bit, It's cool to see the league switch it up in some different teams that we're talking about this year. We're not talking about the Ravens. We're not talking about the Chiefs. We're talking about some new faces.
Yeah.
I say that knowing the 49ers have been there a couple times, but they're the underdog this time around. Now you're looking at a Seahawks team that's the #1 seed for the first time in 11 years.
Yeah, man. It is good for the game. It's good for the fans. I'm happy for the Bears fans. They're finally getting some love. I forgot who I was listening to. They said they haven't seen Soldier Field like that since the 80s. It's been that long since they were that excited about a football team. So, yeah, man, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Someone said, why would the Bears beat the Rams if they make Sam Darnold beat them? Bump was mentioning a point made earlier by Jeff Saturday, and then I think accidentally said Darnold instead of.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Perfection guaranteed. My bad.
But Bump was referencing a cut we listened to earlier from Jeff Saturday where he said, hey, the 49ers are going to have to make Sam Darnold beat them, and that being common sentiment. So easy mix-up, but what he's saying
Mom.
what he's saying is, I know it sounds ridiculous to say that about someone who is an MVP favorite, but when you can make an offense flat, all the better.
All the better.
So
make Matthew Stafford
flat.
Beat you.
Beat you.
Yeah. Make him throw it 40 times. That's the key.
He might to Puka. I fully expect 2 NFC West teams facing off in the conference championship game. I mean, we certainly know one half of it's going to be an NFC West team. Your Seattle Seahawks are the #1 seed, and we've got 2 chances for you to win 2 tickets to the divisional round at Lumen Field. Just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab, or head to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find out how to enter. If you don't have the app, text the word app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. These contests run through today, January 14th. What's the worst rebrand you can possibly think of? Because we may have another contender for that title belt. That's next.
This is what the NFL playoffs are all about.
The Seahawks win the game.
A dominant Seahawks team, 2 wins away from the Super Bowl.
This is the vision that we had for our team.
Hosting a bitter rival.
Richard Sherman tips it.
In front of the best, loudest fans in the game.
Listen to the 12th man.
Let's go. Seahawks 49ers, Saturday night. Kickoff at 5 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Landis to talk about Swedish Cyberknife.
Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
5 days, less than an hour a day to treat prostate cancer. That really is amazing. If diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
It's the Clearance Savings Spectacular at Olympic Hot Tub. We're slashing prices on hot tubs, saunas, and swim spas. Even bigger savings on floor models. Plus, no interest through 2031. OlympiChotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on January 17th and 18th. 400 tables, baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC, JSA, and Beckett will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center. Saturday and Sunday, January 17th and 18th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle.
Seattle is going to win this football game.
And Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
Trying to find a needle in a haystack? Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
All right, what's the worst rebrand you can possibly think of? More recently, that would probably be Crate & Barrel. Remember when Crate & Barrel tried to rebrand their logo and everyone was like, we hate this logo. We don't really have Crate & Barrels out here, so we didn't really see a lot of it. But
not Crate & Barrel.
Huh?
Cracker Barrel.
Sorry, not Crate & Barrel. Cracker Barrel. Sorry, not Crate & Barrel. I love Crate & Barrel. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. Cracker Barrel.
All right, why is it called Cracker?
What do you mean, Cracker Barrel?
Look.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is it what I think it is?
I don't think it's called Cracker Barrel after white people.
Wasn't the logo like a white guy in overalls and stuff?
No way they call it Cracker Barrel.
I don't know.
Like
I'm asking.
No.
Look, I'm just asking. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know.
It's called Cracker Barrel because they have crackers that they sell. I don't know.
Exactly.
Can anyone help me? I don't know why it's called crack. That's not what we're talking about.
Barrels of soda crackers could be found for sale in small town stores across the American South in the early 1900s. People would stand around the barrels chatting and catching up, similar in purpose to contemporary office water coolers. That's
without
from Wikipedia.
Seeing Matt, I already know he's annoyed.
I need a history lesson.
I think another contender for the title belt has entered the ring. On Tuesday, SeaTac Airport posted to social media they would like to be known going forward as SEA, which is the airport's longtime FAA code. As you can probably imagine, the airport got torched by nearly everyone, including me, a SeaTac native.
You're upset.
I'm really upset. First of all, you named the city I am from, that I grew up in, after the airport. It gets confused all the time for each other. You have to lie in that bed now. That's what you created. Part of our shared history as SeaTac residents is telling people, no, it's a place. It's the airport's located there, but it's also a city. Also, SeaTac is the name of the airport. You don't get to be SEA. You're SeaTac. SeaTac's clever. It's fewer syllables than SEA. It's easy to say.
So easy.
What's wrong with it? What's wrong with SeaTac? What is possibly wrong with SeaTac?
That's like changing Twitter to X. It just doesn't make sense to me. SeaTac forever will be SeaTac, and when I'm referring to it, I will call it SeaTac. When I'm putting it in my phone for directions and so I get GPS and timing, I will put in SeaTac. I'm not putting in S-E-A.
No. First of all, you don't get to pick your nickname sometimes, okay? That's too bad. Secondly, this isn't a nickname. It's the name of the airport. It's Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, your SeaTac. And thirdly, this branding was also a horrible launch. The tweet was, whoops, you called us by the wrong name. Trust me, you don't want to approach your branding as like, you dummies. It's SEA, and it always has been. No, it's not.
You know what's crazy?
Oh, I don't know whose idea that was to launch it. We don't always win, but that's a fail.
I have gone to the airport maybe 50 times within the last 6 months, and I noticed a change. Right, the branding was a little different, but I didn't really pay attention to it. Like, they're wearing green vests now, and there's a sign above the concierge, the person that helps you around. And once you sent that text, I went through my head. I go, oh, they have been trying to brand this thing for a while now, but they haven't really pushed it, and I don't think it's going to stick.
Because it's coming off as try hard. It's giving like you want to be LAX.
That was the vibe I got.
And that's kind of pathetic.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of people up here push back against is the – I'm not trying to, hate on California here, Bump, because that's where you're born and raised, but the Californication of Washington, people are like, we're not LAX. We will never be LAX.
Yeah, it's like someone who's not from here thought, like, this would be a cool rebranding, and without understanding at all in any way the culture of Seattle.
It was a transplant.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Where it's like the vice president of marketing.
Right, that's dumb. Stop trying to make it like LA.
This reminds me too.
Even a cultural pushback to that.
This reminds me too about a decade ago, the Puyallup Fair rebranded to the Washington State Fair. It's like, no, it's the Puyallup Fair. Like,
I still call it the Puyallup Fair.
Yeah.
Wasn't there?
This is even more egregious to me.
I feel like there was a branding. Maybe it was Cracker Barrel that went one way and then went back. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, they changed
they
their
undid
logo
it because people got so mad.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Crate and Barrel. Sorry. But no, I absolutely hate this rebranding. I hate the way that they launched it. I hate the angle they're trying to have with it. I hate that there's nothing wrong with SeaTac. It's
sounds
easy
cool,
to say.
man.
It's 2 syllables. It's fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And I hate that as a resident of SeaTac, like,
you're not a resident.
Not anymore, but I grew up there, and I always feel like you take ownership over the airport, and now I'm apologizing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm apologizing for my poorly behaved relative at the function. That's what I'm doing with SeaTac Airport, where I'm mad at SeaTac Airport, but then I gotta like be defensive, where I'm like, look, the airport isn't stupid, okay? Just it's a bad day. Moving on. Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti was asked on Tuesday if John Harbaugh would still be Baltimore's head coach if the outcome of their Week 18 loss to Pittsburgh had been different. In cut 12, sounds like that's a hard no.
If Tyler Loop makes that field goal, is John Harbaugh still here coaching this team?
For a week.
Dang.
That's tough.
Dang. I mean, let's be real about this. So clearly, he was already thinking about moving on. So, yes, he would be here for at least a week. But if he were to win another game, it'd be another week. And then maybe he changes his vibes, his feeling on Harbaugh and saying, look, this guy knows how to get a team who struggled into the playoffs and win a couple of games. But, yeah, that was harsh right there. That's not supposed to be your boy.
Also,
supposed to be boys.
With a little bit of sass for a week. For a week. Dang.
Dang, man.
Going to cut 13 here, Broncos head coach Sean Payton just can't help but be a big meanie sometimes. He shot down a reporter's question about Dre Greenlaw's role going into Saturday.
Sean, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game. Yeah.
Their quarterback.
That's kind of a jerk response.
Sassy,
it's
dude.
a little sassy for no reason. Like, I feel like you could answer that by being like, well, I wouldn't say that. I don't know many. I know sometimes it happens with reporters and fans alike, but I don't know many people who genuinely think they know more than coaches. They're just trying to ask a question.
I think most people know what attacking downhill means. It means like you're getting after it. You're not taking any false steps. You're not running around anything. You are going straight at the gap, the player. You're getting downhill. He must have had a bad day.
I always get like a rude vibe from Sean Payton. I used to, when I was younger, when the Saints won their Super Bowl, I used to love the Saints. I just thought they were, I don't know why. I just like, you guys know how I have a new brand and a new identity every week. That was like my identity for a week was like, I love the Saints. They're so cool. And so I used to like Sean Payton.
Was that before or after Aaron Rodgers?
I loved Aaron Rodgers when I was younger. That was more than a week. He was my favorite quarterback. But I find Sean Payton now to be very rude.
He's grumpy, man.
Yeah, like I don't
why
really like him.
Why you gotta be all mean like that?
Why you gotta be so mean?
Man.
Oregon quarterback Dante Moore just announced he'll be returning to the Ducks in 2026. Uh-oh.
Man, that quarterback.
You got a little bit of a
situation.
battle there with Raiola.
Man. All right, so it's just Mendoza. Then after that, who would be the highest ranked QB?
I genuinely don't know.
Man, because there was a gap. I remember there was like 4 and 5 for total prospects. You went all the way down to like 50 would be the next quarterback prospect. It might be Beck, honestly. It might be Beck, Carson Beck.
Where am I going here? One more. Friend of the show, Aaron Schatz, ranked each NFL team's 2025 draft class after one full season. He had the Seahawks at 19. He mentioned Raible starting all 17 games at left guard, leads all guards with an 83% run block win rate, with no other guard was above 80%. Great. Obviously, second-round pick Nick Emenwari got big grades. What am I even saying? But he said none of the other Seahawks rookies played more than 13 games. So they got a knock because they're just, in his opinion, not getting as much.
They were hurt.
Arroyo,
Milroe,
Riley Mills, Horton, Robbie Oots, Bryce Cabledew, Damian Martinez, who's not even your Mason Richmond, Ricky White, just saying like, yeah, you had 2 fantastic picks, but not much else. Arroyo, though, could come back.
Yeah, but most of those guys were hurt. Oots got hurt, Arroyo got hurt, Horton got hurt.
Yeah, they weren't
Mills,
like a miss.
Yeah.
But at least you don't know yet.
But I guess you do have to use that when you're in your metrics because other teams probably play the rookies more.
I just think they could probably get a bit higher than 19. That's just me. Yeah. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
How are you, my friend?
New Year's resolutions, right? Like, I'm going to get in shape this year. My only goal is to become an underpants model. That's all I've ever really wanted. And if you guys know of anybody in the underpants business, let me know.
Dave loves that you call them underpants. He loves it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely shredded.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
There are tons of stuff happening this January, and believe me, whatever you're into, you can have an absolute blast doing it at Silver Reef Casino Resort. Take, for example, you got the playoffs games. Watch every game at Porter's Bay Sports Bar and Book. Cheer loud with the 12s and enjoy a steak dinner at their steakhouse on property after. Stay the night in their deluxe rooms and wake up feeling like a winner. If dry January is your kick, enjoy a relaxing stay at the spa and have a good night's rest. If you want to test your luck, winter warm-up drawings every Friday for a chance to win 5 Gs, and polar payouts every Saturday for a grand prize of 10 Gs. Claim your daily entry at any promo kiosk on property. It's all you have to do. Silver Reef Casino Resort is the spot. Check it out if you haven't. If you've been, you already know what you're missing. Stay tuned. They have events for the big game and the Garth Guys, a tribute to Garth Brooks, coming soon. Drive up I-5, exit 260, silverreefcasino.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. That's Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I was able to achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple 1-day FUE treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror. You need to know what that feels like. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I would trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are the top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185. $21.85. Discover what meeting your resolutions could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks divisional round playoff game Saturday against San Francisco at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game.
Holy catfish!
That's 2 separate chances to be part of Seahawks history.
Listen to the 12th man.
Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of grilling in the cold and rain every winter? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the cold winter. Take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th, and you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning and permits, they take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse the photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's my friends online at pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. Text now, 866-979-3776. 509 says, as much as I love the 12s, what I need to know, does the crowd noise hurt the communication on defense, and do you think it'll factor into Saturday night's result?
The defense wants you to be loud. If you're jacking up their communication, that's minimal. They have signals and gestures and all that. It's about the offense. The offense does way more communicating than the defense. It's hard for the offensive line to adjust. They can't hear the quarterback's cadence. Don't worry. Be as loud as you can. No voice for you on Sunday.
Well, and they've been in this environment before. Like, think of how loud it was in the Rams game on Thursday Night Football. Prime time, fans going crazy. Like, you have experience by this point in the year of being completely unable to hear each other.
They have experience by this point in their football careers.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of dudes play SEC. Don't worry. Don't blink. Don't think twice about that. Be loud.
What I need to know. Oh, gosh, I just had one here. It's a huge deal to me to pronounce somebody's name correctly, says the 425. Have you ever been guilty of pronouncing someone's name wrong?
What?
Or if someone called you the wrong name, do you ever correct them?
No, I don't. Not on air. I won't correct them.
Yeah.
Someone's working. So Bumpas is what I call Bumpas. I've been called before. Nah, you just leave it alone. Off air, I'll be like, hey, it's Bumpus.
I get roast 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, and I've definitely jacked up people's name before.
Yeah, the vast majority of the time people say my name wrong, and I just correct them later.
Yeah.
Or say, and I've messed up names before,
Yeah.
for sure. Sometimes
have.
Curtis will have something, not even names, like just words on the show sheet written out, and if I don't know how to say it, I just go right over it. Sorry, Curtis.
Emeka Ibuka, I was so afraid to say it for a long time.
Yeah.
Shadur Sanders. Shadur, I was scared to say that for a long
sometimes,
time.
and then sometimes you're like, you know it, you've read it a million times, but then when you say it, you suddenly realize, oh my God, now I'm nervous. I'm like standing in front of the class here. But yes, I do think it's important to get people's names correctly. I think it's okay to mess them up and then fix them later. Right? Like, it's not the end of the world to mess up someone's name, and I can only make fun of people so many times because we do it all the time on
Yeah. People let us know on text lines, though, all the time.
All the time. What I need to know, lots of indications Fred Warner will play this weekend. Really? Will his presence be felt more defending our run game or defending the pass?
Now, it's probably the pass for me, because defending the run, he's got to put pressure on that ankle and feel the force of another lineman, and that's when you see if he's really healthy or not. That's how I saw whether Trent Williams is healthy or not, when he has to put force on force and really drive. So I think because he doesn't have to put that force in the pass game, probably the pass game. Yeah. But listen, he ain't gonna be 100%. I'll let you, if he does play, I will let you know within one series if he looks good or not.
I fully thought he wasn't playing. He returned to practice, but I would be really surprised. Just when did the Eagles and 49ers actually play? Sunday or Saturday? Sunday. Just over the weekend, Shanahan didn't sound optimistic. It's Wednesday. I don't know, man. Maybe there's some games.
He is young, so.
Yeah. What I need to know, I had a meeting from 10 to 11. Wow, you didn't choose us? That's crazy. I missed Get Off My Lawn. What I need to know, how do I catch up on what bothered Bump this week? You can go to the Bump and Stacy podcast, 5 stars, and it will be in hour 1, at the very end of hour 1. What I need to know, many athletes listen to music to get hyped. What's your go-to hype song?
Hype song?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a while.
What was it back in the day?
It was a Too Short song. It wasn't very popular, though, but it wasn't my song. I'm the life of the party. Every time I show up, I'm the life of the party.
That was your hype song?
That was right before I calmed down to Mariah Carey. That was it.
Matt, what would your hype song be if you were to have to hit the field for something? Would it be something from the symphony?
Tchaikovsky's First Piano Concerto. It is one of my favorite pieces of music of all time. Just beautiful.
Do you have wine in your hand right now? Are you swishing it?
Yeah.
If Kyle's listening, no, I don't.
This is a great question. This is exactly why What I Need to Know exists. What I need to know, on a football team made up only of cat species, which one is the quarterback? That's a great question.
Who's the smartest cat? I feel like cats are all pretty smart, though. Who's the quarterback?
I think the lion, right? I mean,
the lion be my running back, I feel like.
Or tiger. One of the two.
So in a TV show or movie, they would definitely have a male lion be the quarterback.
Right, because he's the most popular guy.
Right, but I actually don't think that fits because I think that female lions would be your offensive line.
Nah, nope.
And I think
they're all on defense. They're the hunters.
Sure, yeah. I would buy a tiger as a quarterback or a diva wide receiver.
You know who your running back is? It's a cheetah.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I put a cheetah at wideout. That's my X receiver.
Well, you can be the little scat back, little Chris McCaffrey.
Little slot guy too.
Hey.
You definitely can't have a house cat. House cat would be the backup locker room guy.
House cat is like
he's like the
holding the
kicker.
clipboard.
Yeah.
You know what? Every team has to have. Yeah, the punter. House cat's the punter.
The punter.
Every team has one. You know what I mean? I don't know why I'm thinking tiger. I don't know why. Maybe a mountain lion?
I'd say a linebacker would be like panther, something like that.
Yeah.
Puma.
Yeah.
I already know that they would make it a male lion, and I think that's wrong. I think it's wrong.
Well,
all they do is sleep. I don't think they're a team leader.
We're talking. Well, he's holding it down. He's got to cover miles and miles of territory.
But not a good teammate. Will kill other male lions.
Most quarterbacks are
and
meat
the
guys,
offspring of male lions.
Yeah, what if a quarterback comes into a team and a player that he's not getting? I think Tom Brady wasn't responsible for getting rid of dudes who weren't doing their jobs. Get up out of here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm on the fence with this one.
We spent a lot of time on that one.
We sure did. Let's see what. Someone pointed out dual threat. They said it has to be a liger, a lion and a tiger. But I think that that's a good thing to pay attention. Like tigers can swim and run and hunt, and they're the biggest cats.
Yeah.
I think it's a tiger.
It might be tiger.
What I need to know. Let's say, do y'all have a homie bet? My homie and I have a bet where if both our teams make it to the playoffs, Seahawks are my team, his is 49ers, and when the Super Bowl, loser has to buy the winner a jersey.
Nah, no homie bets over here. But that's a good one.
Someone said, what about the dog team?
Dog team.
See, that's the thing.
Cats are so much better.
That's what I'm saying. Cats are way better.
So
and if it was a movie, they'd be like the Golden Retriever. No.
There is a movie with a golden retriever.
Yeah, it's called Air Bud, Golden Receiver.
But he was a wideout.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And there's also cameos
German Shepherd would have to be
Yeah.
the quarterback. They're smart as heck.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't think we're profiling animals the right way.
Great Dane would have to be a tight end.
Yeah, you got to get a big dumb dog.
Pitbull or Rottweiler is a running back.
Offensive line.
You get your labs as quick receivers.
What do you do with the French bulldog? What do you do with the Frenchie?
He is the O-line coach.
What I need to know, corn dogs or chili dogs?
Chili dogs all day, hands down.
You guys ever eat the corn breading off of a corn dog when you were younger?
Yeah, of course. That's what everyone.
What? You didn't?
I want
the protein.
You need that glizzy?
Glizzy!
Dave Wyman joining us next for the huddle.
This is what the NFL playoffs are all about.
The Seahawks win the game.
A dominant Seahawks team, 2 wins away from the Super Bowl.
This is the vision that we had for our team.
Hosting a bitter rival.
Richard Sherman tips it.
In front of the best, loudest fans in the game.
Listen to the 12th man.
Let's go. Seahawks 49ers, Saturday night. Kickoff at 5 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
We are well into the rainy season, Seattle, but it's not too late to get your roof replaced. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project this winter. Our certified technicians build a custom plan for your home, ensuring a worry-free installation even in the winter months. Replace your roof now while material prices are low and lead times are short. Stop wasting your time on costly repairs and Band-Aid fixes. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Your windows and doors play a huge role in your home's efficiency and comfort. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors for windows that are up to 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and reduce noise by up to 50%. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older.
For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Robert was in big trouble with the IRS.
Yes, I owed them a lot of money, over $52,000.
Then he heard about civic tax relief.
They took great care of me. It went really quick. $52,000 that I owed, and they had a payoff for $100, and the IRS accepted it. Man.
Off the hook for just $100?
Civic tax relief will take care of you. Give them a call.
Call Civic Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation. 800-881-4555. 800-881-4555. Individual results may vary. Visit civictaxrelief.com for more information.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is the Huddle.
The handoff inside. It's Sherman. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman.
You don't sound it. You go get it.
Time to go inside the Huddle.
Getting you ready for the first round of the playoffs for the Seahawks, at least. They had a bye week in the wild card round. Now getting ready to host a divisional matchup. 49ers coming to town. Seahawks hosting the 49ers for the first time in front of fans since 2013. We all know what happened in that game, that being the NFC Conference Championship. So two things we're going to talk about in the open, should we not be joined by Uchenna Nwosu, who's set to join us this hour. One, I want to talk about what you guys saw in this wild card game between the 49ers and Eagles, what it means for the Seahawks. Two, we're going to talk about how the Seahawks and 49ers match up and whether we can see a repeat of Week 18. Wyman, I'll start with you. What did you see from the 49ers over the weekend?
Yeah, you know, the offense, I don't like using the word eye candy or phrase. I don't know why, but their first touchdown is kind of what stood out to me. They threw a slant. That's it. The end. They threw a slant. What they did, though, they line up in 12 personnel. They've got the tight end flexed, which is a little different. Then you run motion, and then you fake a toss. And I didn't think that they executed the fakes very well. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, what it all boils down to, you threw a slant. You threw a slant for a touchdown. And that's kind of what their offense is all about. They are going to try to give you all this motion, all these other things to like, hey, look over here, look over here. And I think our defense is disciplined enough to kind of break that down. But that's kind of one thing that stood out to me. I mean, obviously, a lot of their plays, you know, they worked. I mean, the reverse pass worked, and it was almost like they drew that up, you know, in the dirt, you know, as far as that one went. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's what you're going to get out of it. And when I'm watching that game, I'm going, can our defense handle that? And the answer is yes.
Bump, I'm guessing you also think the defense can handle it, and is that what you saw?
I just don't know why Day doesn't like the word eye candy.
Coming from an offensive guy, coming from a wide receiver.
Because I'm sitting there trying to figure out, like, how else would I describe it? Eye candy.
It's eye candy.
We used to call it window dressing.
Window dressing,
so
okay.
I mean,
maybe it's
that.
just the same.
I like window dressing. But back to the question. What did I notice? I noticed that Philly was still able to rush for 140 yards. I noticed that the San Francisco 49ers only rushed for 75 yards. So I was surprised that they weren't able. Well, I wasn't surprised that they weren't able to stop Philly from doing that. But I would have thought that there would have been a real commitment to it. Like, we're gonna make Jalen Hurts beat us over the top. We're gonna load it up because of Saquon Barkley not having the year he had last year, but still over 1,000 yards rushing. So that was surprising. Also, what was surprising is just that they won the game, honestly, because I thought Philly was going to win this game.
Yeah,
I thought the
did too.
Niners were so beat up defensively. You lose George Kittle in that game, but you were still able to make things work. And you got Demarcus Robinson going. I was telling Stacy, the last time I remember him having a great game was against us last year with the Rams, overtime game. He scores a game-winning touchdown. So that just shows Shanahan just knows how to scheme guys up.
Shanahan has also been here before, which is the difference between him and Mike Macdonald. I mean, there are other differences, but I think that Seattle is the better team on paper and by the eye test, and they're also the healthier team. But a lot of guys on this team, including your head coach, have never been in the playoffs before. Shanahan has. A lot of guys on his team have. Wyman, does that matter?
Well, it doesn't seem to with these guys, because we've asked over the weekend, or I'm sorry, on Monday, we did a couple of interviews, Abe Lucas, Drake Thomas, and so whenever they talk about, they don't get very excited or one way or the other. They're honestly just like, no, this is just another week, and it's just another game, and so, and sometimes guys just say that.
Yeah.
But I feel like the way that they say it is like Mike Macdonald has programmed these guys to, like, this is just the next week. Here we go, and we plan to win every single game every week. And so I think even though you don't have a lot of guys that have played in the playoffs, it's still just whatever Mike Macdonald is doing and the message and all that. It really is important. And it's kind of funny, in the beginning of the year and everything, when he said all that stuff, it kind of sounded like, yeah, does that really matter? Well, it does, especially, over a season that every one of those guys honestly answered the question like, no, man, it's just another week.
Bump, I wanted to get back to something that Wyman mentioned with a lot of that window dressing in this game. I'm guessing that Seattle has responded pretty well to that. I mean, they held this team to 3 points in that Week 18 meeting. So what are you anticipating Shanahan might try to do against this defense, and how does Seattle respond?
I think he's going to try to get McCaffrey going in the run game. I think that's going to be key, even though we know how good the Seahawks are against the run. If you can get him going in the run game, that's going to open everything else up. Backers are going to fly downhill a bit more. Eyes are going to be in the backfield. I think that has to be an emphasis for him, because if McCaffrey doesn't go for 120 yards total offense, I don't think they have a chance of winning this ball game. So you got to find a way to get Christian McCaffrey going.
Wyman, your confidence level in stopping McCaffrey?
Yeah, I mean, you have to pay attention to that guy. Every week it seems like they're getting less and less guys to pay attention to, because Kittle's out now. I don't think Juszczyk is like super dynamic or anything. He leaks out, and for whatever reason he doesn't run. So yeah, I mean, I think this is one where you can put a lot of focus on Christian McCaffrey. Shut that guy down. That catch he made was phenomenal. Tracking that over his head, and I mean, he's such a good football player, and he's really tough. I mean, has he missed? I know he hasn't missed a game
this year,
but yeah, I mean, he's the key. But I mean, I can see them in their defensive meetings not necessarily just focusing on him. I don't think they're going to have to. They're just going to have to be aware of, like, where is that guy? He's what I always call an extra meeting guy. He's the one guy on there. Well, Purdy is kind of that way too. But as far as a guy that can run the ball, catch the ball, he is one of those guys, like, we have to shut that guy down.
Wyman, I'll start with you, but a question for both of you. So, Bump, feel free to take over afterwards. What might be different this time around compared to Week 18? Right? We know that what could be the same is the defense goes out and is great. Ken Walker goes out and goes great. What could be or should be different?
Special teams. I mean, and look, it just comes down to Jason Myers. He's been great all year, but I mean, he missed 2 field goals. He kicked one out of bounds, which is very punitive. They get the ball at the 40-yard line. They've been winning on special teams. So, we're looking at that going, yeah, I mean, one of the, Charbonnet got stacked up on a third down. Down inside the 5-yard line. That usually doesn't happen. But then, we go and kick a field goal and he misses it. And that has not been the case with him. And, we've been dominant on special teams. So I think that might be the edge.
Man, I think that is the perfect answer. But what could be different? I feel like Shanahan is going to try to do some things to get Brock Purdy a cleaner pocket. Like, he's going to move the pocket a bit because with the 4 that the Hawks rush, it was a nightmare for him back there. If he tries that same approach, keeping it back there in that pocket and not moving it, it could be another long day for him. Purdy is best when he is moving.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's the kind of the Kubiak way, right?
Yep.
That's how you give the quarterback a little bit more time, is just move the pocket, play action, that kind of stuff. It's kind of interesting, those 2 guys that look just almost exactly. I always said Gary, when he was like raising those 2 kids, he must have had to put a red dot on one of them, on Clint and Clay, because to tell them apart. But I mean, that's kind of an interesting little matchup there as well. That you got a couple of offensive coordinators that are brothers.
Okay, a question for all of us here, and I'll actually start with explaining my answer as part of the question. I worry that I am being too confident about this. I feel like you should never be confident in the playoffs. And not only that, but we saw a number of upsets, right? I thought that the Eagles, like you, Bump, I thought the Eagles would beat the 49ers. The Panthers made things tight, made it a close race against the Rams. And I thought they'd win in a blowout, LA would. So I can be, and all of us can be wrong in some of our predictions, but am I wrong in feeling kind of confident and pretty good about where the Seahawks team is right now?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think because you see what's missing from the Niners and you see what the Hawks are getting back, and you also see just how in tune this defense is right now. And I love when the defense leads the charge, because that means that offensively you still got to make your plays and be explosive, but it's not all on you. I'd rather have a low-scoring defensive game than a high-scoring shootout every day of the week, because with the defense, you give the offense shorter fields, you change momentum. Yeah, I'm feeling it. You're good.
Who's gonna pressure our quarterback? I mean, you look at all the.
They might throw me out there. I don't know.
That would definitely be a distraction.
I would go through the legs. That's what I would do. I would go low man wins.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't. They don't have a premier pass rusher. They get. That's the one thing though that makes me, have some pause, is that they're playing so hard.
Yeah.
But, the other thing is you can't do a lot of super complicated things defensively if you don't have, if you have like what did they say, the 5th, 6th, and 7th linebacker that played this year. I don't think you can throw a lot at those guys. And then there's just not anyone to really get pressure on Sam Darnold. And that's the one thing where we've seen him struggle a little bit.
All right. Well, the Seahawks have been great at getting pressure, and part of that defense. Uchenna Nwosu joining us next.
Rock and Song, morning 6 to 10.
I think I've got to start with the line of scrimmage. What they've done there, what Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams do, is the best defensive tackle combination in the league. Man, offensively, first half of the season from a pass protection standpoint, Salk, incredibly solid. And then really the last quarter of this season and the last 3 games that have all been playoff opponent games, they're running for over 150 yards a game.
Only on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I was able to achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror. You need to know what that feels like. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I would trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are the top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185. Discover what meeting your resolutions could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle.
Listen to the 12th man.
And Seattle Sports on 710, the home of the Seahawks.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Uchenna Nwosu set to join us any second now. Let's focus on this defense against the San Francisco 49ers offense. You guys are making each other laugh too much during the break.
We love our jobs. You hit that high note on the ZipRecruiter.
Singing songs from the commercials right before we come back, and then Dave's absolutely losing it. That is a really good one. Love that one. Uchenna joining us right now.
Uchenna, what are you doing, man? You can't just come in and start talking.
The Seahawks set to host the 49ers on Saturday evening for the divisional round of the playoffs. Uchenna, I was personally, as I'm sure many fans were excited to see a divisional rival for the divisional round of the playoffs, right? I mean, yeah, you guys want to face anyone could get the smoke, but when it's the 49ers, that's probably a little sweeter.
Absolutely. Especially being my time here, just the back and forth we've had going back to 2022 when they was beating us, so now we're a bigger, better team, stronger, faster, more together, more connected and everything. So just can't wait to get out there and show it on Saturday night.
I know it's just another team, that you're prepping for and everything, but is there a little extra juice that I don't know if you pay attention to? I'm not a Twitter guy, but I understand that there's some talking going on and things like that.
Yeah.
You pay any attention to that?
Well, I see everything. Nothing goes unnoticed. We might not reply to it all, but we definitely see it. I don't like the 49. I'm just straight up with it. Like, I don't like him. None of us like him. We shouldn't like him. So, like I said, we just ready for this opportunity. Everybody's mindset's on the right path. Practice has been good all week. Everybody's been attention to detail in the meetings. So, we ready to go out there and show it.
Wyman, I like that. I don't see the tweets. I've heard of Twitter.
I know what it is.
I know of it.
Yeah, I get myself in trouble. I know, so that's why I stay away from it. But I like that you're paying attention to it like a healthy amount. It's not like you're responding or anything. Oh, really?
Hey, he really ain't on. Anyway,
I'll have to look up his.
He really ain't on.
Just leave it. Uchenna looking straight at the camera.
What's the prep like this time around? You just saw him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, the prep is the prep. It's the same thing. We're going to go about our day. We're going to study film. We're going to prepare, see what they like to do, go out there and practice it, of course. And, the prep is the same. We can't change up who we are now. It's got us to this point. It's got us to be the team that we are. So we're not doing anything different than what we normally do. Treat this as another week to the mission that we're trying to accomplish, So everything's still the same in terms of preparation and work. Yeah, we just go from there.
You guys the best defense in the playoffs?
What was that?
Are you guys the best defense in the playoffs?
No question about it.
What are you most confident in when it comes to your defense? Like, what do you feel like, maybe it's a vibe, maybe it's a stat, but it's just something where you go, this is a group.
Yeah, when you turn on our tape and you see it's not just one guy making the tackle. It's 3-4 guys there, and by the end of the tape, you see 5, 6, 7 helmets in that clip. And doing that over and over again and letting teams know that it's not just one guy on you, it's the whole defense on you.
Mm-hmm.
That can really get in guys' on heads, and they're like, dang, these guys come from everywhere. These guys don't give up. These guys play hard. These guys fight. So that's what we're most proud of.
Yeah, you guys are suffocating. I would describe you that way.
Yeah, for sure.
When you're prepping, are you going back and looking at week one, or are you just keeping it the same? And I know now with all the technology, you guys can pull plays from anywhere. What have you mostly been relying on as far as the scouting part of it?
I'm looking at everything, the whole season. What they did in the first half of the season, what they did in the middle of the season, what they've done recently. Because anything could come out at any moment, in terms of the plays that they like to run. So you got to be on top of that stuff. You got to see what they run the best, what's worked for them. You try to go back and watch that. Watch the offensive lineman, which I do all the time. See formation, see sets, things like that. So I'm watching it all.
How do you think they're going to attack you guys? I don't see any weaknesses in this defense, all three levels. And that's how I watch film. I'm like, all right, if I was playing this team, this Seahawks defense, how would I attack them? And it's hard for me to come up with ways to attack you. How do you think they're going to attack you?
Like you said, it's hard. We're a good defense. We're prideful. We practice what we practice very hard. We like to play you straight up. You got to go through us. But, Shanahan's a good OC, and he's been for a numerous amount of years. So I'm sure he's got something cooking up over there, but we'll make sure we're ready for it.
Hey, tell me what Mike Macdonald's been like this week. He told Maria Taylor on Sunday Night Football, hey, we got to have the same approach. Like, that's one thing I keep reminding myself. It's also his first playoff game. How's he been behind the scenes?
Well, I think he's been in the playoffs with the Ravens before, right?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, you're talking
as a head coach. As a head coach.
Yeah, he's the same. He's loose and focused. That's what we've talked about through the whole season. He's been the same guy. He's making sure we're staying on top of everybody's focus, dialed into the meeting rooms, making sure practice is crisp, making sure everything is going smooth. I mean, he's the same guy. Same old.
Yeah, I was just looking at the first touchdown they scored against Philly. All the, call it eye candy, I guess. I used to call it window dressing. But all that stuff, I mean, that they just threw a slant. is basic stuff, but like they're trying to get you to look at all these different things. Is that kind of how you see that, and just stay disciplined and on, like, this is my assignment, I don't care what the hell they're doing pre-snap?
Yeah, absolutely. We know they're the #1 team when it comes to motions and shifts and guys moving around. So we make sure we practice that heavily during the week. We make sure our eyes are locked into our keys. Our keys will set you free is something we like to say a lot on defense, especially the D-line. So, just being on top of that stuff, making sure your eyes are where they're supposed to be, and, come out how we want to come out.
It's clearly a team sport. Football is the greatest team sport in all the land, but you got some guys who made some All-Pro, so you got a chance to recognize them. What was that like for you guys on that defense and offense?
It was great. Everybody that's made it deserved it. We feel like guys should have been a little higher. Guys that didn't get what they were supposed to get. Some guys got snubbed, but it doesn't matter. It's going to show up on tape who the real guys are, and we're very prideful on that. And the guys have worked hard to be in that position. So just because they didn't get it this year doesn't mean they can't get it next year. So we are moving train. We celebrate that, but that's in the past. We're on a mission right now.
Yep.
I think fans are going to be absolutely insane this weekend. What's it like being on defense when crowd noise or just miscommunication on offense causes like a false start or a delay of game or something like that? Like, is that kind of like do you feel exhilarated, or is it just, what's that like?
It's a great feeling. I remember, I forgot what year it was, but I think the Panthers came to town one time and they had like 3 or 4 false starts in a row. And we're just like, yeah, because we knew the crowd was going so crazy they couldn't hear nothing. So we got to use that to our advantage this Saturday. I know they will be rocking and loud. So
I always think that part would be like the most fun.
Yeah, definitely. Can't wait to experience it.
Yeah,
it's hard for you guys to communicate, but like the trade-off is like adrenaline, right? I mean, as far as the noise that the 12s make, I mean, you got to love that.
Yeah, definitely. Communication's got to be on point. But we kind of use that to feed off of our play. When the crowd's getting loud, we know it's time to go because they ain't loud for no reason. So we know it's time to go, and we use that to our advantage.
Last week, or a couple weeks ago, we saw the offense rush for $180.
Yep.
You guys shut down Christian McCaffrey. It was just a dominant type of performance. Is that the identity of this team? I mean, I feel like you want to be run first, obviously be stifling on defense, but did Mike Macdonald speak to that? Like, this is the brand of football we want to play?
Absolutely. And he's done that all throughout the year, even going back to last year. He's always been a team or a guy that wants to be effective in running the game. He talks about how we got to be effective in running the ball. He's constantly hyping up the line, hyping up those guys like, attack. And as you see, it's working. He's getting the message is getting out there and it's getting clear. As you see, we're rushing for $180. Kenneth and Zach doing their thing, the O-line staying on blocks. So. Mike's been reiterating it, and the message is being delivered.
Before we let you go, last question. Whose idea was it to prank Nick Emanwari with the $114,000 tab?
Oh, that was the vest. That was us. That's tradition. We got Murph, I think, last year.
Okay.
His face was amazing.
Who's had the best reaction?
I'll probably say definitely Murph, man. Murph, because it was just the D-line when we did it. This time it was the whole defense, and Murph's face was just priceless.
Oh, God.
I think I got a screenshot of his face.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
That's mean, man.
No, but it was perfect. Yeah.
Hey, man.
It's absolutely important.
It is what it is.
Keep him humble. Keep him humble. He is Uchenna Nwosu, kind enough to join us before a massive game. Good luck this weekend. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you, guys.
Dareke Young joins us next.
Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks divisional round playoff game Saturday against San Francisco at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game.
Holy catfish!
That's 2 separate chances to be part of Seahawks history.
Listen to the 12th man.
Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, Call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
It's the Clearance Savings Spectacular at Olympic Hot Tub. We're slashing prices on hot tubs, saunas, and swim spas. Even bigger savings on floor models. Plus, no interest through 2031. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year's sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Wide receiver Dareke Young joining us right now on the huddle. Massive game coming up this Saturday. Very, very exciting one. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Uchenna, but it's kind of fun to get answers. Everyone very excited no matter what to be in the playoffs, but I think for a lot of fans it was even cooler to face a divisional rival for a game that matters this much. Is that how you felt when you obviously saw that the 49ers would be advancing and playing you guys here?
Yeah, with 3 NFC West teams making it, we knew it was a high possibility that we were going to see one of those guys again. So nothing caught us off guard.
Yeah,
Dareke, the run game, man, it's been phenomenal. The blocking from the receivers, and you guys must take a tremendous amount of pride. Like, you're a huge part of it, but it's kind of interesting how you stuck with it. It wasn't having success early on, but then you guys just continued to work on it. But how involved are the receivers in that? And is it something you guys take a lot of pride in? Blocking downfield?
Yeah, blocking is definitely something we take a lot of pride in. We have two explosive backs back there. We know that they're always one block away from breaking off a big run, and it's good that the run game is doing as good as it's doing. We've been picking up momentum in the run game each week, the back end of the season. So it's good to see those guys finally getting their shine.
Real quick, I'm sorry, Bump. When the coaches talk about the run game. You guys, as far as attempts, have been top 5 the whole year. Is that something that they've just been preaching to you guys that, hey, we're just going to stick with it and keep chipping away? And it must obviously work. The last 3 games, you guys averaged 170 yards.
Yeah, and I like that about Coach Kubiak. He doesn't abandon the run game no matter if, the defense is stopping it. The run game is always going to set up the play action, and that leads to explosives down the field.
Special teams, man. Surprisingly, not surprising, you guys are the second best special teams unit. It's surprising you're behind the Jets. That's crazy to me that the Jets have a good special teams unit. But do you guys talk about that? Do you know where you rank as far as numbers and all that good stuff, or you guys want to talk about that?
No, we don't really talk about that, but it doesn't surprise us that we're at the top of the league in special teams. We have a bunch of guys that take pride in special team unit, and our special team coaches, each week, it's like you have an offense install and you have a special teams install. It's not just, a couple special team plays. We have a lot of plays, that we could run that week that could possibly be up. So it just feels good, that we can put together a complete game, both defensively, offensively, and on special teams.
Admittedly, getting totally sidetracked with this next question, but we hear you're good at juggling.
Yes.
Was that just like a hobby you picked up? Did you grow up in a circus?
No, I actually joke around and tell people that I was in the circus growing up. But no, during COVID, I was just bored. You couldn't really do anything, and I just wanted to learn how to get better with my hand-eye coordination. So I just started watching juggling videos and ended up just practicing and getting pretty good at it.
What's the most number of things that you can juggle at one time?
It's only 3.
Just 3.
I've seen videos of people doing 4. They're far too advanced for me, so I just keep it at 3.
Probably the best on the team, though.
Is that a goal?
Oh
for
yeah,
you, though?
for sure.
Maybe a goal down the road.
Oh yeah.
Introduce 4 and 5.
Yeah, for sure.
It's interesting what you said about special teams, because I think every team, well, except for a couple with Rusty Tillman back in the day, special teams was huge. It's really important. But like you said, a lot of people just give it lip service, whereas you guys are full install, and this is the best special teams unit I've ever seen. Yeah. But I mean, as far as some of the install stuff, give us an example of what you guys are talking about in those special team meetings.
Just the specific looks that we've seen from our opponent early on in the year. For instance, if we're going against a team that isn't known for rushing, but every team has rushers up. They just don't call them, or maybe only called them once or twice that year. But just knowing that we could possibly see that specific rush, we'll always have something prepared for it, whether it's a formation or motion or something like that. We'll always be prepared.
There's a lot of emotion going into this game, and you seem like a calm, reserved dude, but I also play with dudes who are like you, who are just mad men on the football field and talking and stuff. What's your approach to this? Are you the type of guy who just plays the game? Do you get hyped up? What's your approach to this game?
I try to treat every game the same. We all know that it's a playoff game, win or go home, but just keeping the main thing, and just honing on to the the small details and just staying focused.
What's the Mob Ties shirt?
Yeah, that's our slogan.
Yeah.
That we have. I'm not sure if I could, say what the acronym means, but I feel like we're keeping it
maybe
not in-house,
not friendly for the radio, or
yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. I appreciate that. Well, I ask because I feel like this team feels genuinely close, and I know that's easy to say when everyone's winning, right? How many times have any of us watched a team and you go, well, of course everyone gets along, but it feels like you've got a really good group here. Do you feel that?
Oh yeah, definitely. All guys are tight on this team. You don't really have the typical cliques that you see of guys always hanging out with each other. You always see different groups, guys sitting at lunch table with different guys that they don't normally sit with. So I feel like when you're that close, you can't lose.
Yeah.
It was one of the more interesting people that you got to know, because I know Mike's suggesting that you guys get to know each other. Anybody that stands out? Because I don't think I ever talked to a punter that was on my team.
But was that intentional?
Well, I'll say just talking to the rookies, and getting to know them. Some of those guys have, interesting backgrounds, just to see, how they were brought up and, the adversity that they've been through. So you know, I always look forward to doing our walk and talks because I get to learn more about my teammates, learn something new that I didn't know previously.
How have you matured as a man and a football player throughout these last few years? Because you've been through a lot. I mean, you had your ups, your downs, been injured, been healthy, making plays. How has your approach changed?
That's the beautiful thing about the game of football. Like, you know, the highs and the lows, it really gets you prepared for, like, life for after football. You know, just going through adversity. You know, it teaches you can't be too high, can't be too low. Just try to stay even keel and, you know, to enjoy the road.
I know that this is going to be something you can answer more clearly when you're actually out there on Saturday, but take us inside kind of what the environment at Lumen has been for these last couple home games. I mean, I think back to that Rams game. It was absolutely insane. It's like fans could sense that there was something special happening here.
Yeah, our fans, like, no matter if we're losing or, you know, we keep getting stalemated on offense or, you know, the other team is doing pretty good, they're always going to be loud. And I think that's one of the things about our fans that makes us so special because, like, you go to other team stadiums and, you know, yeah, it's packed, it's loud, but once you start winning and, you know, putting together drives and putting points on the board, they get quiet. But our fans, they don't get quiet. They, if anything, they'll get even louder. So we just try to use that to our advantage, and it's really like having a 12th man out there.
Yeah, these fans, they don't go to enjoy the game. They go to work, man, it seems like. But as far as some of the stuff that's going on, like on social media and things like that, and sort of it's not like real hatred, but it's kind of like sports hatred. Have you paid any attention to some of the back and forth type of stuff? Are you that kind of guy, or do you just ignore it?
I see it, but I just ignore it, especially if it's nothing pertaining towards me. But you
Simply
know,
none of my business.
Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty interesting to see those kind of things. But I just stay away from it.
Yeah, have you had any family growing up who were fans of teams that you were playing against this year at all?
Not this year, but my dad was a diehard Cowboys fan, and he used to always try to get me to switch my team to the Cowboys, but I would never do it.
Who's your team growing up?
I like the Baltimore Ravens.
Ravens, yeah. I grew up in Cali, so all my boys are Niners fans, and I'm getting it from everywhere this week. My text line is blowing up.
Did you grow up a Niners fan, though?
I did, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, but
I don't know why I'm sounding shocked. It's just you talk about the Dodgers and the Lakers, diehard Lakers fan.
Yeah. So. Nah, I threw up the Niner cliques about 20 years ago.
Dang.
Yep.
Wow, that's loyalty.
Right.
That's loyalty. Appreciate that. Respect it. Well, we're very glad that you're not a Cowboy and that you're here in Seattle. Awesome to have you here, obviously. Good luck this weekend. Massive, massive game. And like you said, those fans are really special. Something tells me you guys aren't going to be able to hear anything. Hear each other at all. It's going to be absolutely insane. He is wide receiver Dareke Young. Thank you, Dareke. All right, still to come, we've got some sound from Mike Macdonald, Cooper Kupp, Leonard Williams, also the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. We're going to talk with Roxy Bernstein to preview this weekend. And, of course, Seahawks reporter John Boyle is going to join us at 1:44. We will wrap things up, make some predictions for this massive, massive Seahawks game on Saturday, hosting the San Francisco 49ers. Still to come. Latest from head coach Mike Macdonald next.
This is what the NFL playoffs are all about.
The Seahawks win the game!
A dominant Seahawks team, 2 wins away from the Super Bowl.
This is the vision that we had for our team.
Hosting a bitter rival.
Richard Sherman tips it!
In front of the best, loudest fans in the game.
Listen to the 12th man!
Let's go. Seahawks 49ers, Saturday night. Kickoff at 5 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, basically bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and I'm telling you, people all over the Northwest right now, they're going to be losing 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 pounds, and they'll do it by Valentine's Day. And they'll do it by starting Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. That'll be the resolution. You can as well. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started, and just see if you're interested in this program. I was. It really did work for me. I did the program. I immediately lost 10 pounds just in the first week. I lost about 35 pounds after 8 weeks. Here's what I didn't have to do. Fight for space in a crowded gym with all the New Year's resolutioners. No pills, no injections, no bland boxed fake meals or anything like that. What I did get was delicious recipes, real food that you buy at the grocery store, and a group to offer support, accountability, and coaching. Do it for yourself this year. Go to EastsideWeightLossClinic.com and schedule that 15-minute phone call. Don't let it hold you back. Do it now. Go to EastsideWeightLossClinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Ooh, that face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Gauge Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports. Right now, Mike Macdonald speaking with reporters at Seahawks headquarters. Let's take a listen.
Good to see everybody. Thursday for us, Wednesday for you. Off we go.
Mike, I'm curious, how much of a difference does it make for the personnel that's on offense versus where they line up? Like if you have a receiver in the backfield versus different personnel packages.
Yeah, it's week to week, who you're playing, what defense you're in. Kind of depends. What world are you in on defense, and then how do you account for who's out there? So if you're in some sort of man idea, normally you're trying to find your guy. If you're not, normally you're going off of some sort of account, and then how you account for those things. So, and San Francisco does a great job with putting guys in weird spots and making sure you understand where everybody is.
The last 2 games, your third down conversion. We've talked about the third and longs, but just third down overall has been over 45%. What have you seen either in communication, personnel, execution in those situations?
I think it's just one of those examples of us just staying the course and just chiseling away at it, and really everybody playing good football, and that's what we've gotten. So, the challenge is keep it rolling, and understand what the next iteration is of what we're trying to achieve and how they're trying to attack us, and off we go. Today we're be doing some third down stuff out there, and be excited to see how it looks.
We've talked about kind of the progression of defense from week 1 until now. Offense was talking about how they've progressed. At what point could you truly start playing that complementary style football that you envisioned on both sides?
Well, I felt like we were on our way as soon as training camp, OTAs. You know, I felt like we were forging an identity in really all 3 phases, and when you're doing it against another team, you know, that's kind of a reassuring sign. And then just what you see every day. You know, it's not like we got to week 4 and we're like, oh shoot, now we're going to be a complimentary team. No, I think it's something that we've been seeing signs of really since the beginning of the season or beginning of the spring.
When you're playing a team that, like an offense that does such a good job of setting guys up for yards after the catch, and the pass catchers do that so well, are the teaching points about tackling any different than they are in any other week?
Well, I'd say it's kind of like a principles methods thing. Like the principles are the same. I mean, they're probably the best run after catch team in the league. I don't know how the stats back that up, but it feels like perennially that's the case with this offense. So it's a really big emphasis on making sure that we're having multiple people breaking when the ball has like declared, you know, so try to eliminate as many one-on-one tackles as possible. Goes back to eliminating space. So all those principles are at play with these guys.
Seems like you did a pretty good job of that in the Week 18 game.
The guys did a great job. They really did. There's some plays where guys were in tough spots, but guys were playing with great effort. And when you do that, you can take some of those, more aggressive angles to eliminate some of that space. And the guys did a great job of that.
Every coach wants paths to the ball and pursuit to the ball. Every coach in the history of football says that.
Yeah.
Why are these guys doing it maybe more than other teams you've coached?
I think it's probably a byproduct of their connectedness and the process that they bought in on, and it's team football. It's really what it is at the end of the day. And if they decide they want to play that way, then that's the standard, and that's something that you're chasing every day. And it's nice when it's not just AD or me or CP, just run to the ball. It's like, no, it's a team thing that we're trying to achieve every day, and they understand the power of that too, and that the synergy behind it.
Do you count hats on the film and stop the film and say, here's 9, here's 10?
No, we're looking for like a feeling. I mean, not every play is the same. I think it's unrealistic to say that you need X amount of people to the ball, but it's really a feeling of that we're there. Yep.
When you have a nickel corner who's as big or bigger than some of the linebackers out there, what makes him nickel versus a linebacker? How the responsibilities differ?
Some of the coverage response, some of the things you're going to ask Nick to do are a little different than you'd ask a linebacker to do. But in terms of how you manage your roster, I mean, really he's playing a linebacker position. I mean, we're really kind of turned into like a 4-3 base team with like a crazy athletic Sam is really what we are. When we go to dime, we're really, a nickel 4-3 team. I think that the cool thing that our front allows us to do and what Nick allows us to do is we get some front variety that normally you wouldn't get out of a normal, like a true 4-down team. And I think that's been pretty cool that what we've been able to create.
When you have two of maybe the best nickel defenders in football on the same defense, what kind of freedom does that give you as a play caller?
Well, I actually think we've been freed up more with Spoon's development at corner, where he felt like he can. I mean, I know that he doesn't have a lot of stats at corner, but he's playing great football out there, and so you don't feel like his competitive advantage of where he's playing is that different. So that's probably the first thing, but two great players, man. Two great players in the slot, and like on first down, obviously you want Nick in there for run fits and things like that, and Spoon's great at those stuff, but he's also great on the outside.
The first time in 5-6 years that 12s have been able to see a playoff game at that stadium. How exciting is it to give that to them, and how exciting is it to think about what that atmosphere is going to be like? Yeah,
it's one of those things where I think we're proud of it. We're proud of being able to deliver this to the 12s and to our city. We're excited about it, but it also is in the future, so right now it's it's on our minds, but really we're focusing on doing the proper preparation so we're ready to go. But it's great, man. It's awesome. I mean, it's not like one of your absolute goals throughout the year. Like, this isn't having a home playoff game doesn't guarantee a championship or all those things that you're really shooting for, but it really is part of the things that we do want to, achieve or deliver, to our fans, is having these home playoff experiences, and it's part of the overall bigger vision of what we're trying to create. So, definitely proud of that, and we expect to, do it a lot, hopefully.
Anything particularly challenging about seeing a team for a third time, and then also about seeing them in back-to-back weeks?
Well, I think the timetable probably drives that answer a little bit. Having played these guys the first week, having such a big break between the, on the bookends of the season, you're really looking at it through the lens of like, how much do you can discount some of the, we've changed a lot since first week, so they probably more of the back-to-back thing that just doesn't happen that often. So, but don't make it more than it is. I mean, it was the last game. This is another game, and trying to keep our process the same.
How have Charles and Kobe looked to you since getting back out on the field?
Yeah, there's a process of them getting back and getting in full swing, and they're doing the best they can. They're practicing in some capacity, and we'll work through it the rest of the week. But the guys are doing a good job.
Talk about that process. This is your first time doing this as a head coach. What, if anything, feels different about this week, knowing what's ahead of you?
Yeah, this is how do I put this? This is the message, right? It's the playoffs, but this is week 19. This is week 19. This is the 19th week of the season for us. I think that's right. Week 19, and it's Thursday. So I'm thinking about how we're going to play the red zone today, and some of the early down stuff we got to fix from yesterday, and how third down game plan looks in all phases. And that's what I expect our team to be thinking about, is what can we accomplish right now within our power to get ready for our week 19 game. You start making it bigger, and you start including all the other stuff out there that takes you away from how we want to play and how we want to operate. So, that's how we approach it.
For coaches who really know the X's and O's, but maybe are struggling to figure out how to teach that to their players and really convey their scheme and their idea, their vision, what advice would you give coaches coming up in that way?
Need reps. You got to put yourself out there. And there's a lot of meetings in my past where it's not very good coaching. I still have meetings now where you leave the meeting and you're like, shoot, that wasn't good enough. I could have taught that better. So just keep attacking it, and don't be afraid to fail, and then just come back at it. And it's like that chasing edges attitude is, just keep trying to make those incremental games to make it better, But ultimately, the satisfaction that what makes coaching so great is you get to see other people do things they weren't able to do prior. So that's the reward. It's not how much you know, it's how much you can get your guys to do.
Let's talk defense with Leonard Williams, the Seahawks defender, talking with reporters live from Seahawks headquarters next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
How are you, my friend?
New Year's resolutions, right? Like, I'm going to get in shape this year. My only goal is to become an underpants model. That's all I've ever really wanted. And if you guys know of anybody in the underpants business, let me know.
Dave loves that you call them underpants. He loves it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely shredded.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
After years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy. Well, and my buddy and co-host Bob Stelton, also in pain, and decided to go see Dr. Wagner.
I had a hip issue from 14 years of jiu-jitsu.
How's the paying now.
Everything I did before, I can do just as well. Hitting the heavy bag, sparring, rolling, all of that is back in play. This whole thing has been such a pleasant surprise because I really was of the mindset, I'm going to have to go under the knife. I'm going to have to get surgery. And this really saved me from that. I could not be happier with the results.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
Do it. You will not regret it.
Hey, get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
The new year is finally here, and you could kick the new year off right by getting in shape and making Top Fitness your first stop. Hey, Brock Ewart here with my friends at Top Fitness, where their stores are celebrating the new year with some great deals. You could take your New Year's resolution seriously with the very best fitness gear there is set up in your home by our professional installers. They sell the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire, and Hyrox. Come in now and check out the best deal of deals on treadmills. They're Precor 885 treadmills that are lease returns normally sell for over $13,000, now only $36.99, including a full 3-year warranty. This is the same commercial treadmill sold to health clubs worldwide. And every new treadmill, elliptical, and home gym, well, they're all on sale. They got the largest selection of home fitness equipment in Washington, and their staff will show you why. It's no secret why everybody from pro athletes to personal trainers love their stores. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. When I first met with Trajan Wealth, I love what I got. Straight talk. Not a sales pitch, straight talk. I left the meeting feeling empowered. They're fiduciaries, so their advice is built around what's best for you. I saw the difference, and so will you. Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies for families with $500,000 or more, and they understand that no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that is going to meet your specific financial goals. Start by calling Trajan Wealth today, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300, or go to TrajanWealth.com. That's TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is the Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2. The Huddle.
You are listening to The Huddle, and it's time for us to listen to Leonard Williams. He's talking with reporters at Seahawks headquarters right now.
I mean, I think it's definitely a challenge. We're in the playoffs. Like, every team is good at this point. They've clearly showed that they have a good offense. But at the same time, you know, I trust our team. That's the last team we played. We had a bye week. We had multiple weeks to study them, and we're still trying to find even more nuggets to play faster.
The line on your shirt, is that a reference to what DeMarcus Lawrence said?
Yes, sir. I couldn't put the rest of it on there.
What difference does it make with Trent Williams back in the lineup for them?
I think it makes a big difference. He's a big presence on their team. He's the leader, you know, one of the leaders of their offense. You know, I know he's a little bit banged up right now, but just having his presence on the field goes a long way for them.
You've had some moments in the past few years where you've lined up over Trent Williams on the outside. What kind of matchup has that been for you?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think even on other teams with different coordinators, a lot of times when I've faced against Trent Williams, they like to put me out there against him. I think just having a bigger body, a bigger presence on him kind of helps eliminate some of the run game. You know, the ball likes to run behind him. The ball likes to go to the C gap. So I think just having a bigger body on him kind of helps with that.
We talked about the 12s before, mentioning to Mike Macdonald, you guys have been playing for this all year. How exciting is it to finally have that stadium full on Saturday?
It's really exciting. I mean, that's something we've been putting emphasis on all year from the start of camp. We knew it was something that we, you know, didn't do a good job of last year, winning at home, and I think we did a better job of that this year. And the stadium's been on fire lately, and I'm looking forward to seeing it even more on fire this Saturday. I can't wait to hear the 12s out there.
How real is, I mean, you're on the field, how real is that factor to an opposing offense when they get there?
It's real. I mean, especially when they're getting loud, you know, during their huddle. I think that's when it's most effective. You know, if they're getting loud after the huddle breaks, I think they kind of already know what's going on. It kind of helps with the checks and stuff like that. But, you know, when they're specifically loud while they're huddling, it makes it extremely hard for the offense. Sometimes it's even harder for us on defense to communicate. But I think, we've been playing home. It's been loud all season, so we found ways to communicate non-verbally on defense. And, we want them to be as loud as possible this Saturday.
What do you think you guys did to play a little better at home this year to have the record be better?
Honestly, I think it's just the way we prep every week, treating every week the same. Whether we're on the road, whether we're at home, whether we're in the playoffs, whether it's week one, whether it's a preseason game, I think we prep the same every week, and I think it's been showing up at home this year. And like I said, it feels great to bring that home and bring it to the 12s.
Why does it tend to be a bigger deal for the offense to try to hear the offense's play call in their huddle compared to the defense hearing the defensive play call when you're all doing it in the same level of
Sorry,
noise?
can you repeat that one?
Like you were just saying that it's sometimes hard for you guys to hear the defensive play call when you're playing at home and the noise, but it always seems to be more difficult on the offense. Why do you think that is when you're both
I think the offense just has a lot longer play call. Sometimes our defensive guys will start laughing when we hear Sam make a call in the huddle. We're just like, whoa, like that's a lot. Sometimes on defense we see ball, get ball. We play more reactionary football. We have quick, to-the-point calls. Sometimes we have, switch-up calls and things like that. But, we're used to playing at home now. We're used to playing in a loud environment. And like I said, we found ways to communicate non-verbally, get to our checks easier. it's really hard on the offense when the quarterback has to have a cadence and the rest, a receiver out there may not even be able to hear the quarterback because it's so loud in there. And he's getting off the ball a little bit slower. Offensive linemen are having false starts and stuff like that because of the crowd noise.
Leonard, correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is your first home playoff game that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to out of that experience, and how different do you think it'll be from the couple road games you've seen before in a playoff situation?
I mean, it means a lot for me to be in this situation. I've addressed it, talked about it before to the press. I talked about it to my teammates. It's rare to be in a situation like this, and the best part about our team is we're treating it the same every week, and I think that's what's gotten us to this point. We can't make this moment bigger than, week 18, week 1. It's just another week for us. It's week 19, and it's definitely special for me to have a home playoff game, though.
Is that easier said than done, to just make this just like any other week?
I think it is easier said than done, but I think because we've been living that life for so long, it's like already ingrained in us. I think if you are now getting to this point and now saying that, it's going to be hard to be like, okay, it's just another week when we haven't treated all season like that. But I think we've done a good job of being that way through camp, all the way up into this moment. So for us, it's not just lip service anymore. It's like we actually live this life.
Started putting down some roots here with your family, and can you feel the community anticipation for the playoffs?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love Seattle. I feel blessed every day that I'm here. I joke around with Schneider and some of those guys, like me and Julian, we're always saying thank you to those guys for bringing us over here. The community is special. I mean, I noticed it in my very first game here. We had a road game against the Ravens, and we got blew out 40-something to 10. Mike was over there. And glad he's over here now. But I remember getting home super late because it was a late East Coast game. I'm driving home from the facility at 3 a.m. and there's literally fans lined up out there and cheering us on. And I'm just it's 3 a.m. and we just lost, and these people are taking their time to still cheer for us. And I'm not used to that. I've been in stadiums where we're losing at halftime and our own fans are booing us and leaving the stadium. So this is a special community, and it feels good to bring it to them.
When Mike talks about 12 as one, what does that mean to you on defense?
To me, it means the crowd, having the crowd on our side is a big part of it. Just overwhelming presence where it feels like there's more than just 11 players on the field. And a part of that is our play style on defense as well. A lot of times we see the ball carrier on the ground. We pause the film to see how many blue helmets are in the picture. Majority of the time, it's 9+ players standing over the ball carrier. And over time, that's just overwhelming and intimidating to offenses. When an offensive guy's getting off the ground and he's seeing, 10 Seahawks around him, after a while, it's they're getting hit by so many of us. They're getting swarmed by so many of us. It just feels like there's more than just 11 guys on the field.
When you first met Devin Witherspoon, what was your impression of him?
I just thought he had little man syndrome or something because for a small guy, I mean, that guy, he's chirping, he's talking, he's on fire. He plays with his head cut off and just on fire. And to me, I just love it because I'm in the trenches, and a lot of times I see guys getting slammed by D linemen, big guys. But I'm seeing Witherspoon flying down the field, making TFLs, slamming running backs way more than him. And, I think him bringing that passion and energy to the defense just kind of lights everyone else up, too.
Can you hear him during a game?
I definitely hear him communicating on the back end a few times, but the only time I really hear him most of the time is I'm running to the ball, I see him fly down, make a tackle, and he gets up just talking a lot, and that's another one of those intimidating factors on offenses. Sometimes, you see it in small ways. When I'm out of my peripheral, seeing my Seahawks just swarming and also talking, and I'm looking at our opponent and they're walking back to the huddle with their head down. It's almost like that Mike Tyson interview where he talks about how he feels like he has his opponent beat already when his opponents are dropping their eyes.
Who talks the most of any team that you got?
Here?
Anywhere.
Anywhere, I would say Dexter Lawrence. But I also played alongside of him, so it was a lot easier for me to hear him. But he had some interesting smack talk for sure, because he would say some stuff where I would kind of question it, but it worked. It worked.
Hey, Leonard, how early was the see ball, get ball mentality adopted by the defense? Because it had to be like training camp.
Yeah.
How early was that adopted?
I would say it started during OTAs, honestly. I think that was around the time we talked about running to the ball. We talked about how our identity on defense is just like a high motor, type of defense, type of play style. And you could see it immediately, like when a new guy come in, we would see on film how he kind of played at a different level than us. But then within a few days, he fits in with the rest of the defense playing at that same level. And, I think it's definitely unique and special here, the way we attack the ball and, the way we run to the ball. And I think we adopted it pretty quickly.
If someone asks, what or who is the dark side, what would you say?
I mean, the dark side is our defense. I think D-Law said it he said it good at one point where he wants to turn the offense's lights off. And, there's been times this year where we've shut offenses completely off, like no touchdowns, no points at all sometimes. And I think that's what it feels like when the dark side is playing against you. It's hard to get the ball moving. It feels like cutting your lights off. Feels like you're playing against 12 people.
Coming up next, voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible joins us. This is The Huddle.
This is what the NFL playoffs are all about.
The Seahawks win the game!
A dominant Seahawks team, 2 wins away from the Super Bowl.
This is the vision that we had for our team.
Hosting a bitter rival.
Richard Sherman tips it!
In front of the best, loudest fans in the game.
Listen to the 12th man!
Let's go. Seahawks 49ers, Saturday night. Kickoff at 5 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Every season is a little bit different here in Washington, but I'll tell you what, the amount of rain never seems to change in the winter, and we have sure gotten a ton of it this season. All that rain, all that water, it's all got to go somewhere. And if it makes its way into your crawl space, that's when it can create all sorts of problems, including real structural damage, which could really affect your home. But more importantly, for the health of your family, the water in that crawl space could create toxic mold, and that has serious health repercussions. Thankfully, we have Crawl Pros. They can come in and keep your crawl space dry, install a sump pump and drainage, and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll also take care of any mold that may have been created. Don't take the risk. It's too important. The best way to learn if you have any water is to ask Crawl Pros to visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Save $600 on windows and $1,500 on doors at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Enjoy easy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing for 12 months, plus a lifetime installation warranty. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on January 17th and 18th. 400 tables, baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC, JSA, and Beckett will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center. Saturday and Sunday, January 17th and 18th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle.
Seattle is going to win this football game.
And Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, with us. And Steve, I'm actually going to ask you a question that Bump and I answered to open our own show
Well, then
3
you don't
hours
need me
ago.
You don't need me to answer
I
it then.
absolutely do.
Okay.
We were talking about kind of the strength that either team has, the 49ers and Seahawks heading into this one. So when you look at these two teams, what's an area where you look at the Seahawks and go, God, I'm betting on them here. This is the real advantage they have. And then conversely, what would you say is that for the 49ers where Seattle's going to have to kind of prepare there?
When you look at us, look at the Seahawks, my first vision is the defense in general, and then it starts up front. Everything starts up front. Offense, defense, even special teams for that matter. It all starts with the big guys. And so the front 4, 5, whatever kind of configuration Mike puts in the game at that time, they're the ones that are the tone setters up front. The guys behind them make an awful lot of tackles. Don't get me wrong. They make plays, and the secondary is flying around. They were just talking about Witherspoon, running around with his hair on fire and that sort of thing. And that's the kind of guys that you want. But those big guys in the trenches, they're the ones that set the tone. So when I look at the Seahawks, my first thought is defense. This is the time of year when you win with defense and the running attack. When you look at the Niners, their strength, their defense is adequate. It's not great. They've had a lot of injuries, don't get me wrong, but, everybody gets hurt. I think their strength is two guys, frankly, and it's McCaffrey and Purdy. And Purdy makes a lot of good decisions because of the fact that he's got number 23 either behind him or beside him or on the line of scrimmage. He makes a lot of things go. And so just take half of what he does well, McCaffrey that is. Stop the run, and now you force Purdy into throwing the ball, and now you turn our guys loose to put pressure on him. It's exactly what happened in the first meeting, or the second meeting, actually, our earlier meeting here a week and a half ago. I think we held McCaffrey to 23 yards rushing.
Yeah, his total was 57.
Yeah, total scrimmage yards.
Yeah, scrimmage yards.
Unbelievable. I mean, that guy was going for like 130, 140, 150 yards a game for the last 4 or 5 games. So it was remarkable what the defense did.
Yeah, the first time we played him, I think he had 143.
Yeah, that sounds right.
All purpose. So when you think of defense, what's the first player or vision that comes to your mind when you talk about our defense? The first player.
The first player is Leo.
Yeah.
He's
Same.
the one I see, mostly because he's like a building. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, he's huge, man. He's seemingly got a smile on his face all the time. Now, that's probably when he's around all of us. Out on the field, he is pretty daunting.
Do you remember in Green Bay when they got in that fight? Were you out there when
No,
he was pissed off?
I heard about it, though. I
Oh.
wasn't out there. I wasn't there to see that.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
I was just glad I wasn't on the other end of
Yeah.
it. Like, I thought he was going to burn holes through somebody
Well-
with his eyes. I mean, he was, yeah. I mean, that's the guy. The other guy, you know, that I typically would say, and this is interesting, he's all pro, you know, everybody sees it. But if you look at Devin Witherspoon's numbers, he doesn't have, like, you know, blow you off the charts numbers.
Well, they don't throw at him.
Yeah. But I mean,
because he's always on. He's got great coverage.
But yeah, his coverage, and I don't think there's a better open field tackler in the NFL.
He
so-
would have been my very close number 2.
Yeah.
But just thinking of how this defense is built and how great they've been playing up front, that's why Leo came to mind. I don't know if you knew this, but he starred in a movie. Did you know that?
Really?
I Was a Teenage Warehouse. Did I ever tell you about that? He was a
no.
Sorry, you got to be old enough to remember. I Was a Teenage Werewolf was a movie back in the day.
I remember that.
And so
Why did
I
you
Was a
just say I
Teenage
was a-
Warehouse.
Yeah, why did you say?
Because he's so big. It's a play on that.
Oh, I thought it was. I'm
Golly.
like, really?
What day is this? Are you guys slow today or what? I'm like ready to go. I'm here all night, folks. Tip your waiters.
He said, let me get a spot. I've got more material.
Hold on a second. Was that a joke?
Yeah, I think.
Well, if you
it
have
was-
to explain it, it's probably not
with you guys in here. Obviously, it wasn't.
Raves, Ernest Jones did not make the Pro Bowl, but he is an All-Pro.
Yeah.
What does that say about the voting, and were you surprised that he was an All-Pro?
I wasn't surprised, certainly, that he was an All-Pro. I mean, he's just been remarkable this year, and he's played so well. And he's just kind of that glue factor in the middle, and he gets guys where they're supposed to be. Plus, he makes so many plays. I mean, he just flies to the football. And he's one of many. You know, you listen to those guys, and there's 8 or 9 helmets around the ball every opportunity. But he's just he fits, kind of fits here. You know, he fits with this group of guys. And you know, the Pro Bowl is one that now has become. And I got nothing wrong with no qualms about the voters being, you know, the fans and all that. That's great. And they tend to be popularity contests. They tend to be guys who have big names, and that's okay. Your local fans can take advantage of that by voting early and often, as they do in Chicago for political conventions and what have you. But I am a huge fan of Ernest Jones, and so he just keeps playing well. What is he? 5 interceptions?
5 interceptions.
I mean,
It's
that right there,
Yeah.
that ought to tell you a lot about how that guy plays.
We've been talking a lot about how it could be a massive postseason for Ken Walker, and that if it is a big postseason for Ken Walker, this team's probably getting to a Super Bowl. Is that how you see Ken, the run game, and his role there?
Yeah, play defense, run the football.
Yeah.
And those two things have really been coming on in the last 4 or 5 games. The last 3 games, we've been over 140, 150 yards.
170.
Yeah, and he had 100 yards against the Niners, or was it the Rams? Get them mixed up sometimes. But both he and Sharbs, amazing. And, of course, I don't want to leave the guys out because they don't do what they're doing if the big guys up front aren't honing every week and getting closer to what we all expected that run game to be. That wide zone kind of, that running attack. And then that doesn't work if the little guys, the wide receivers outside aren't shielding somebody off, and if the tight ends aren't getting their blocks, then it still doesn't work. So the running attack is really been going well. That's what I figure we're going to see from here on out, whether it's the Niners, who's beyond them, if we're good enough to win this weekend. And that is, you know, they're going to do whatever they can do to shut the run down and force the ball into Sam's hands. And Sam has played well enough this year to get us to the next over the next big hurdle.
I feel good about this weekend. I was not cautioning them. I was telling them that I was nervous about feeling confident, that would be hubris somehow.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it is. But it's fun. It's a divisional matchup. I look forward to hearing the call. There's just extra emotion there, but it's also a team I feel really confident in, and it's been fun watching them all season long. Rabes, obviously, on the call on Saturday night when this team hosts the 49ers for the first time since 2013 in the playoffs. All right, still to come, an opponent preview with ESPN's Roxy Bernstein and John Boyle joining us at 1:45.
2 wins away from the Super Bowl.
It's time to eat, boys.
The first obstacle, a hated rival.
Purdy has time. Throws to the middle, intercepted.
Victim to some of the greatest playoff moments in Seahawks history.
Welcome to the dark side. Richard Sherman tips it. Whole city going up like it's our time.
Seahawks 49ers.
All teed up.
The divisional round of the NFL playoffs.
You know how we do it. Better bring your hard hat when you can illuminate.
Saturday night, kickoff at 5 on the home of the Seahawks.
You are now entering the dead zone.
Seattle Sports.
Welcome.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass, and sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle.
Listen to the 12th man.
And Seattle Sports on 710, the home of the Seahawks.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
ESPN's Roxy Bernstein joining us right now for the huddle. Roxy, how's it going?
It's going. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. Very eager to see a third matchup this season between these two teams. I'm going to start by asking you kind of what you saw from the 49ers over the weekend against the Eagles and where you think this team is heading into this Saturday night showdown.
Well, to be honest, I was surprised they won the game. I didn't think they'd come out of Philadelphia with a win. That they're really beat up, as everybody knows. And I didn't think the Eagles were a good matchup for them. But, look, they found a way. They're a team, and they rise to the occasion. Even when George Kittle went down, they seemed to rally around the whole team, and they got together, and they won it for Kittle in a lot of ways on Sunday. So, look, I didn't think they'd get to this point. Now here we are, seeing the Niners play the Seahawks again after we just saw it a few weeks ago. And it's tough for the 49ers. And I know a lot's being made about the schedule, that San Francisco has a short week after playing on Sunday. They're playing Saturday. And it's going to be a tall order for them going up to Seattle. I know they won there earlier this year, but this is a different situation, and the Seahawks are a different football team now than they were back then.
Yeah, Roxy, it seems like in this matchup and really in the NFC West just in general, it's always about the coaches. Do you kind of see it that way of Shanahan? I mean, just it's amazing what he does offensively, and then Mike Macdonald being the defensive guru. Can you remember a game where it was more about the coaches?
Well, the thing is, and that's going to be the chess match is going to be fun to watch, right? You have an offensive guy against a defensive guy. And a lot of people want to label Kyle Shanahan as one of the top offensive minds in the game and with his play designs, and he is. But what he's been able to do this season with this group, considering everybody they've lost along the way with the injuries and with Bosa and Warner and now Kittle going down and Pearsall has been in and out of the lineup, and he didn't have Purdy for basically half the season. Yeah. He's gotten the 49ers to the Super Bowl before. This might have been his best coaching job, all things considered, having to deal with what he's had to deal with this year.
Yeah, definitely. I've been really impressed, Roxy, with how anyone's ready. I was telling Stacy that, I mean, Demarcus Robinson went for over 100 last week. I mean, and no one was thinking about him. So he clearly makes sure these guys are ready to go. How do you think these guys should attack Seattle? I know the defense has been tough. You gave up 140 to Philly and then $180 to Seahawks the previous week. What do you think their attack should be?
Well, Robert Saleh has to get this group again to battle back. And look, last week the linebackers and with the way Kendricks played was amazing. That all of a sudden here was a guy they basically picked up off the scrap heap, and he was probably the most effective defensive player they had in the game against Philadelphia last week. He was all over the game tape in the film. And so Robert Saleh's got his work cut out for him, obviously to slow down Jackson Smith and Jigba, but the run game was a problem. When they played a couple of weeks ago at Levi's Stadium, there was no doubt who was the better football team that night. The Seahawks won the game, and I know the Niners made a push, and that interception certainly changed the complexion of the game when it went through McCaffrey's hands and with the interception that Purdy threw down near the goal line. But the concern is the way the Seahawks, the offensive line, manhandled the 49ers defensive front. Mm-hmm. And they controlled the line of scrimmage on both sides because San Francisco had a hard time running the ball against Seattle. That has to be the biggest concern for the 49ers going into this matchup Saturday night is the line of scrimmage. you guys have watched enough football, over the years. That's where the game is won. That's where the Seahawks won the game against the 49ers. And that's got to – if San Francisco is going to get a win, something has to change up front. Now, Trent Williams coming back certainly changes the 49ers offensive line, but is it enough? That's where I think the Niners are at a big disadvantage.
Seeding aside, obviously Seattle's the #1 seed. Who do you see as the strongest, maybe best bet to get to and win a Super Bowl out of the NFC's remaining teams?
Well, look, to me, Seattle is showing you they're the best team. They kept improving as this season went on. And the offense has done just enough with that defense that has really come on. If there's anybody in the NFC that's going to challenge them, you'd have to give it to the Rams, right? Because even though they're on the road, having won at Carolina, now have to go to Chicago. But that's the team I think that's got the best chance to knock off the Seahawks. I think it's going to be awfully tough for the 49ers to go up there and win. And so with that said, look, I think the Rams going to Chicago and get a win this weekend. And it's going to make for an interesting NFC championship game because here you are. If the Seahawks get past the 49ers, then you're getting the Rams and Seahawks for a third time. And those coaches, you want to talk about Shanahan and McVay, they're pretty similar in what they do, and the connection between them goes way back. I think it's the Rams that would have the best chance in the NFC to knock off Seattle.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Roxy. I think they're the one team that can take down Seattle. What about in the AFC? Getting ahead of ourselves here, but who do you like on that side?
The AFC has been so wide open, right? All of a sudden, New England really comes out of nowhere, and here they are, in the season that May has had, and then Houston goes in and manhandles the Steelers, and Mike Tomlin now resigns. The AFC is a little bit more wide open to me. Even though New England's been so good all year, Dave, I don't know how much I believe in them. Even though they've had a phenomenal season, and Vrabel's done a heck of a job, and May is arguably the MVP of the league. But are we still buying the team to beat in the AFC? I'm not so sure.
What are your thoughts on Sam Darnold, Roxy? He's second game in the playoffs in his career. Last time he was out there, obviously didn't perform well. He's instilled a little belief in me. I do cover the Seahawks, so I might be a little biased, Roxy. But I think that he's more than capable of pushing his team to the next round. What do you like and what don't you like about him?
Well, I was a believer in him from the days back to USC, Bump. And you and I saw him a bunch when he was in the Pac-12 playing for the Trojans. And I was a believer that this was a franchise-type quarterback. And then, in a lot of ways, it didn't pan out, and he was in some ugly situations, unfortunately, in the NFL. And a lot of blame was placed on Sam Darnold early in his career. But he weathered the storm, and he improved. And, look, coming to the 49ers may have been the best thing for him, right? To come in and learn and from Shanahan and get tutored by a great quarterback coach. And his career's taken off ever since he came here to the Bay Area. Then he goes to Minnesota, has a great season with the Vikings, and his first year in Seattle has done an unbelievable job, I think, with them. And he has finally found his game. Maybe it took a lot longer than he thought it would in the NFL, but to me, I've always believed in Darnold. I thought he was a terrific quarterback, and you're seeing it now, the talent that he's got, his ability to run a football team on the offensive side.
He is ESPN's Roxy Bernstein, kind enough to join us for help previewing this divisional round matchup. Thanks, Roxy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Roxy.
Anytime. Take care. Enjoy it.
Have a good one. Just one more minute before we hit break and bring on John Boyle. I thought Roxy's answer was really interesting about, well, first of all, surprised that the 49ers won that game, which obviously bodes well. But I thought his last answer about Sam Darnold was interesting, Bump. That idea of, like, I have belief in him. I know everyone sees it as this massive liability, but he's a good quarterback.
And Roxy, he's covered a lot of Pac-12 games.
A lot of Pac-12 games.
So he's got a chance to see Sam Darnold. And I trust Roxy's evaluation for sure. I work with him all the time. And it just shows you got to get into the right situation. The same way that Josh Allen's in the right situation, Lamar, Mahomes, the environment and the coaching matters. So I'm thankful that he took a stop in San Francisco, learned from those guys, and got his talents up here in the Northwest.
All right, still to come, John Boyle is going to join us. We're going to ask him about some returning names for this team heading into Saturday's game, and then we'll wrap up with our final thoughts and a preview.
2 wins away from the Super Bowl.
It's time to eat, boys.
The first obstacle, a hated rival.
Purdy has time, throws in the middle, intercepted.
Victim to some of the greatest playoff moments in Seahawks history.
Welcome to the dark side.
Richard Sherman tips it.
Whole city going up like it's our time.
Seahawks 49ers.
All teed up.
The divisional round of the NFL playoffs.
You know how we do it. Better bring your hard hat when you can illumine.
Saturday night, kickoff at 5 on the home of the Seahawks.
You are now entering the dead zone.
Seattle Sports.
Welcome.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of grilling in the cold and rain every winter? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the cold winter. Take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th, and you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning and permits, they take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse the photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's my friends online at pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
Well, the wet, chilly weather has certainly arrived. It's Mike Salk here, and if your attic and crawl space are well insulated, your home should be fine. Should feel cozy and warm without your furnace having to work overtime. But you'd be surprised to learn how many homes in Western Washington lack insulation in these spaces. It's why you call Crawl Pros. If you're feeling cold drafts or seeing that heating bill spike, now's a great time to learn if you got anything going on behind that crawl space or attic by calling Crawl Pros. They'll come out to your house just like they did to mine, do the corner-to-corner inspection. In my case, they found the problem, showed me the pictures, and then they got it all fixed. Now, if they do discover your home is under or improperly insulated, they'll show you all the utility rebates that are available to help you get the work done correctly. Like if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could get a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost of the insulation job. If you're worried anything is going on in your crawl space or attic, including critters, water intrusion, mold, plumbing issues, anything, call Crawl Pros and schedule your free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the geeks to go big, bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop, his quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
Experience the iconic Mexican music group Bronco at Muckleshoot Casino Resort Saturday, February 28th at 8 p.m. Tickets are on sale now at muckleshootcasino.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility.
Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Seahawks.com reporter John Boyle joining us now. John, we could get some names returning here.
Yes.
Tell me the latest on Kobe and on Elijah Arroyo.
Yeah, so Kobe Bryant, Charles Cross, who missed a couple games here to close out the season, both full participants. So, they got to get through the week, is what a coach would always tell you, but trending in the right direction for sure. And then, Elijah Arroyo returned to practice last week, and then they brought Chaz Surratt back this week to practice. So that doesn't necessarily always mean a return for the game, but at least gets them on that track. And I think Arroyo having last week as well, that would increase his odds of being ready. But pretty darn healthy team going into the postseason. You got a couple guys on IR who aren't going to be back, but for the most part, they're going to have almost everyone available.
We took a trip down memory lane yesterday on our show about before the season started, what are going to be the big things that, really affect this team? And one of them, for me anyway, was the rookies have to step up.
Yeah.
And really, just because of injuries, you lost Uch, you lost Horton, you lost Arroyo for a fair amount. But, man, the top two, I don't remember more production from a rookie class. Especially just two guys than in recent memory.
Yeah, you look at JSN and Spoon obviously are two of the best players on the team. They were the same draft, but right out of the gate to get what they've gotten from JSN at the time was a third receiver, but Eamon Wari is one of the keys to this whole defense, the way he's playing, and then Grace Abel is big reasons anybody why this offensive line has taken the leap it has. So to get those two, and then Torrey Horton before he got hurt was having a great rookie season, and Uch is doing his thing at fullback, and I think we'll see a lot more of Elijah Arroyo going forward into his second, third seasons, but it's looking like yet another great class for John Schneider and company. Really 4 drafts running now.
We interviewed Uchenna today.
Yeah.
And he is the most confident I've ever seen him, ever. Do you get that from this team? I know you're around LOB and all that, not comparing them to them, but I say the last 8 to 9 seasons, is this the most confident team you've been around?
I think so, yeah. And for good reason. Look, you win 14 games, you have the best point differential in the NFL. You earn that right to be confident because you've shown you are, if not hands down the best team, definitely in the conversation in the NFL. And they're coming off a great win over this team they're going to play now. They know they can't just take this game lately and assume it's going to go like it did last week, but they definitely have that swagger to them. That defense in particular, there's a lot of big personalities on that side of the ball, and it's very different in terms of how they play and who they are than the LOB, but in terms of just having that confidence and backing it up, there are some similarities there.
What do you expect to be different for Seattle this time around compared to Week 18? I ask that knowing, as Wyman pointed out, some special team stuff, some red zone decisions. Do you expect more or less of a certain thing offensively?
Yeah, I think it just a lot of times, like Mike likes to say, the game declares itself. It'll be they could have scored a lot more than 13 points if they needed it. They were down knocking on the door at the end of the game, but it was more about clock at that point. And they bungled the red zone early in the game. But and Jason Myers is not, knock on wood, he's not going to miss 2 kicks again. He's been nails all year, and he had a rough day. But it was really windy, by the way, down there that game. So I think the offense overall functioned really well. They ran the ball well again, but as good as San Francisco's offense has been all year, and getting Trent Williams back and probably Ricky Pearsall, I know they did obviously lose George Kittle. You can't just assume you're going to hold them to a field goal and whatever it was, 173 yards again. So you might need a little more out of your offense, but the Seahawks have shown they're capable of it.
It seems like Mike Macdonald's I don't know. Sometimes I don't get what he's talking about, like in the beginning of the season, like trusting the process. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, well, what does that really mean? It seems like it's all kind of coming together now. And you hear it in the players' voices. Because when you ask them, is this just another game? How do you not, be too hyped up? Their answer sounds genuine, like that it's finally starting to hit home about all of the things that Mike Macdonald has been preaching the entire year. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's a combination of good messaging and good coaching to make it come to life, where the point, the process is, hey, on Wednesday we're not going to focus on how a play is going to go on Saturday and how we're going to respond to that. It's what do we need to do to have this practice go the way it should on Wednesday, so we're ready to move on to Thursday and do what we need to do that day, and then you kind of build those incremental steps to being ready to go on game day. And so, a lot of coaches have different ways of doing this. I mean, Pete talked about like every game and every day being a championship opportunity. Like similar idea though is like you're not looking at big picture. What do we need to do to win the Super Bowl? It's what do we need to do to have a good day, and that will help us get to those goals. And players buy in because you won 14 games. Like when this process works this well and you keep winning and you keep beating teams pretty soundly, players are going to get on board real quick.
Yeah.
You always hear certain words with teams, like distractions is one of them, right? Mm-hmm. Has Kubiak been a distraction to this team?
I don't think so. I mean, they were always going to give guys the weekend off anyway. It was, that's why they kind of the league has their schedule when guys are allowed to do this. Of like, okay, we're going to work really hard all week, and I just – I don't pretend to know Kubiak well. I've just been around him in bits and pieces for his 1 year here, but he does not strike me as the kind of person who's going to like not take his main job seriously right now and do everything possible. I mean, we hear stories from Cooper Kupp and other offensive guys. It's just how this guy never sleeps and how hard he's working all the time. So setting aside some time to do some interviews, on what were days off anyway, I don't think is going to be a distraction at all.
Sam Darnold and the Seahawks can certainly prove things to doubters over the next couple games should they fortunately advance. What has this team maybe proven to you this year?
I mean, I think just that what they're building is with Mike is really working. I think we saw it really in the second half of last year. They finished year 6-2, and clearly we're trending in the right direction defensively. And it's just, I'm not going to pretend I saw 14 wins coming, but I came into this season thinking like, yeah, this is going to be a really good team. And it surprised me how many people were like, oh, they're going to be fourth in the division. They're going to win 7-8 games. It's like, look, I get that people, Geno Smith and DK Metcalf did some really good things. It's like, this team's going to be really good. And it's showing that what John and Mike have going here is really working.
The other thing I think for fans, I don't know if you get a sense for this, that it's taken them a while to get used to Sam Darnold and like what he's about. And I think more and more people are believing in him. Mm-hmm. But, I think from the beginning, like there's something about his body language or maybe the look on his face that people don't like. I don't get what that is.
I don't know.
Like it doesn't make him feel confident or something, but he's very confident, and it's kind of interesting. It's been like a process to kind of get to know him. And, you get to this point and you're like, yeah, he's an incredibly resilient player.
Oh, for sure. And I think maybe to me, if anything, it's like he doesn't have a really like fiery demeanor, which sometimes people respond to more in an athlete. Like, okay, this guy's, like the classic examples like Tom Brady, you see him all demonstrative yelling at players. And so that's just not who Sam is. He's just kind of a chill, calm, cool, collected guy. But you use the word resilient. Like you got to be at that position to have success. And especially, we've seen a lot of quarterbacks go these roads where you don't have the success early, and that label can stick with you. And fans, I think, sometimes remember the worst part of a quarterback and assume that's what he's going to revert to, even though now we've seen 2 full seasons of, really good play.
We've seen Josh Jones play some good ball.
Yeah.
Sounds like Cross is going to be healthy, ready to go, I think. Don't answer that if you can't, Boyle. But this offensive line, man, I've seen them grow. It has been fun to watch them get to their assignments and push guys back. How confident is the offensive line?
Yeah, I mean, the offensive line, the run game in general is really feeling good right now. You look at this 3 straight games now over, I think, 160 yards. Was it 180 last week? So they're moving people. They're running the ball, and the pass protection all year has been, way better than what we've seen in recent years. So, yeah, that group, and it's a young group, and now Charles Cross extended. It's a group that's going to stick together for a while. That they're going to the playoffs feeling really good about the way they're playing.
Okay, let's wrap up with, I don't want to do like a basic score prediction, but we'll just do a name you think we could be talking about a lot in the days that follow this one. Someone you think primed to have a big game based on matchups you like against the 49ers. Maybe someone who you think is just ready to meet the moment. Maybe it's a coach. We'll go Boyle, Wyman, Bump.
I mean, if we're going to talk like obvious, we're going to be talking about the quarterback one way or another. I mean, that's fair or not. Kind of it for him, it's going to be like everyone wants to see him prove it in the playoffs. And I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to have a really good game and take care of the football and put up some big numbers. If I can give you like he's a big name, but not a guy putting up big numbers this year. I think we're due for the big Cooper Kupp game. I mean, you watch him. He's been really good this season when he gets the ball. Like all all the efficiency metrics for receiver play, he's been really good.
Bump's been crediting his blocking.
Yeah, he's blocking great, but even like when he gets the ball, he's making plays. He's coming up in clutch moments. Like, I'm ready for the game where, okay, they're going to put some attention on Jackson. Let's have a big Cooper Kupp day.
I like it, Boyle. Wyman.
I like that one. I thought he was going to steal mine because he was kind of saying, hey, he hasn't had a big game coming up, but Witherspoon.
Yeah.
Spoon, I mean, maybe he hasn't made any like big explosive plays.
Yeah,
but
it's like the big national spotlight game where that'd be fun.
He gets a pick, you know. And the other thing is that guy can blow people up, man. He has had some big hits, so I'd love to see interception, you know, maybe a sack, a big blow up hit, just some numbers, some flashy numbers, because everybody knows what a great football player is.
Mine, he had a big play last game, but I know they're going to try to put him in some compromise situations with Drake Thomas. They're going to try to ISO with him with McCaffrey, and he needs to be solid. He's going to be solid.
Wyman on the call with Raves. Make sure you are reading John Boyle's work at Seahawks.com. And, of course, hear Bump on the pre- and post-game show. This has been The Huddle.
This is what the NFL playoffs are all about.
The Seahawks win the game.
A dominant Seahawks team, 2 wins away from the Super Bowl.
This is the vision that we had for our team.
Hosting a bitter rival.
Richard Sherman tips it.
In front of the best, loudest fans in the game.
Listen to the 12th man.
Let's go. Seahawks 49ers, Saturday night. Kickoff at 5 on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com/free. No schedules except for Earned Income Tax Credit, Child Tax Credit, Student Loan Interest, and Schedule 1A.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, just one day after his 21-day practice window was open, 49ers linebacker Fred Warner made it clear today that he has not ruled out returning from a fractured and dislocated right ankle as soon as Saturday night against the Seattle Seahawks. Niners coach Kyle Shanahan said it was done with an eye toward a return for the NFC Championship game should